I don't care what the scientists say about wavelengths or atmospheric refraction. I know what I saw, and more importantly, I know how it felt. You ever have that feeling where your skin feels like it's too tight for your body? Like every hair on your arms is standing up because the air itself feels wrong? That's how it started. My name is Elias, and for 12 years I worked as a freelance land surveyor. I'm used to the quiet. I'm used to being the only soul for 20 miles in the deep woods of the Pacific Northwest. I've seen bears, I've seen mountain lions, and I've seen the way the light tricks your eyes when the sun dips behind the Douglas firs. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for that Tuesday in October. I was up near the Skagit River, working a private contract for a guy who wanted to subdivide a massive plot of inherited wilderness. It was rugged, off-grid stuff. I'd set up my base camp at the end of an old logging road that hadn't seen a tire track since the 90s. My plan was simple: get in, mark the boundaries, and get out before the winter rains turned the access road into a soup of mud and regret. The first 2 days were textbook, quiet, productive, but on the third night the woods went dead, and I do mean quiet. I mean the crickets stopped, the owls stopped, even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I remember sitting by my small propane stove, eating a tin of chili, and realizing I could hear the blood pumping in my own ears. It was a heavy, pressurized silence, the kind you feel in your sinuses. I went to bed early, chalking it up to a drop in barometric pressure. I woke up at 4:15 a.m. I didn't need an alarm, my body just jolted awake like someone had slammed a door right next to my head, but there was no sound. I sat up in my sleeping bag, squinting through the mesh of my tent. Usually at that hour it's pitch black save for the stars, but the world outside was glowing. It wasn't a bright light, it wasn't a flashlight or a campfire. It was a soft, sickly, neon-tinted haze. I unzipped the tent flap, the sound of the zipper feeling like a chainsaw in that unnatural silence. I stepped out onto the damp grass and my breath hitched. A thick fog had rolled in from the river valley, which wasn't unusual. What was unusual was the color. The fog wasn't white or gray. It was emitting a faint, pulsating emerald light. It looked like radioactive steam swirling around the trunks of the trees in slow, deliberate ribbons. Okay, I whispered to myself. My voice sounded flat, swallowed by the mist. It's just an aurora, or maybe some kind of weird bioluminescent pollen. I was lying to myself. I knew I was lying. Auroras don't sit 3 feet off the ground, and pollen doesn't pulse like a heartbeat. I reached for my headlamp, clicking it on. Usually a high-lumen beam cuts through fog like a knife, but when I shined the light into the green haze, something impossible happened. The beam didn't go through the fog. It stopped. It hit the wall of green vapor as if it had struck a solid, velvet curtain. The light from my lamp didn't illuminate the woods beyond. It just reflected back at me, sickly and dim. That was the first crack in my logic. Light doesn't just stop. I took a step back toward my truck, my heart beginning to hammer against my ribs. That's when I noticed the smell. It didn't smell like damp earth or pine needles. It smelled like ozone, the scent of a downed power line mixed with something sweet. Something cloyingly, unnaturally sweet, like rotting peaches covered in honey. I told myself to get in the truck, just lock the doors and wait for the sun. But as I reached for the handle, I looked down at my hands. In the green glow of the fog, my skin looked translucent. I could see the dark lines of my veins, the shadow of my bones, and then I saw the grass at my feet. Where the green fog touched the blades of grass, they weren't swaying in the wind. They were vibrating. A high-frequency hum began to rise from the ground, a sound so low it was more of a feeling in my teeth than a noise in the air. I climbed into the cab of my Ford F-150 and slammed the door. I fumbled for the keys, my fingers shaking so hard I dropped them onto the floor mat. "Come on, Elias, get it together," I hissed. I grabbed the keys, shoved them into the ignition, and turned. The engine didn't crank, it didn't even click. The dashboard stayed dark. My battery was brand new, but it was as if the electricity had been sucked out of the vehicle entirely. I looked out the windshield. The fog was pressing against the glass now. It was thick, swirling in patterns that looked almost mathematical. Geometrical shapes formed and dissolved in the vapor, and then I saw the silhouette. It was standing about 20 yards away, right at the edge of the tree line where the fog was densest. It was tall, maybe 7 feet, and incredibly thin. It didn't have a face, or if it did, the green light obscured it. It was just a dark, jagged hole in the glowing mist. It didn't move toward me, it just stood there. I reached for my air horn, something I keep for bears, and gave it a blast. The sound was pathetic. Instead of the usual deafening roar, it came out as a dull, muffled thud, as if I were blowing air through a wet towel. The fog was absorbing the sound waves. The silhouette tilted its head. It was a slow, mechanical movement. Then it raised a hand, or what I assumed was a hand. It had too many joints. The fingers were long, spindly, and tipped with something that caught the green light like glass. It began to tap. Not on a tree, not on the ground. It was tapping on the air itself. And with every tap, a ripple of bright, electric violet shot through the green fog, racing toward my truck like a circuit being completed. I didn't weigh my options. My fight or flight response had skipped fight and gone straight to survive at all costs. I grabbed my heavy-duty maglite from the passenger seat, not to use as a light, but as a club, and I did the only thing I could think of. I stayed perfectly still. I watched that thing for what felt like hours, though my watch told me only minutes had passed. The most terrifying part wasn't the creature itself. It was the realization that the world I knew, the world of physics and biology and rational explanations, had been stripped away. I was sitting in a metal box in the middle of a glowing emerald sea, being watched by something that didn't belong in my reality. Then the tapping stopped. The silhouette vanished back into the trees, but the fog started to seep in. I watched, paralyzed, as thin wisps of green vapor began to curl through the air vents in my dashboard. It didn't drift like smoke. It crawled. It moved with intent, reaching toward me like ghostly fingers. I scrambled into the back of the cab, pressing my spine against the rear window. The smell of rotting peaches was overwhelming now. It was thick in the back of my throat, making me gag. I realized then that I couldn't stay in the truck. If I stayed, I was cornered. I had to run. I had to get to the high ridge about half a mile back. The fog seemed to be pooling in the low-lying areas near the river. If I could get high enough, maybe I could breathe, maybe I could see. I grabbed my pack, threw the door open, and hit the ground running. The moment my boots hit the soil, the humming grew into a roar. The ground felt like it was liquid. Every step I took felt like I was running through deep water. The green light was so bright now it was blinding, turning the entire forest into a surreal, overexposed nightmare. I didn't look back. I knew if I looked back, I'd see those spindly fingers reaching out of the mist. I pushed through the brush, the branches tearing at my jacket, the green fog clinging to my clothes like damp wool. As I climbed, the air began to clear. The sickly sweet smell faded, replaced by the sharp, cold scent of pine and mountain air. I scrambled up a rocky outcropping and collapsed, gasping for breath. I looked down into the valley. The entire basin was filled with a lake of glowing green light. It was beautiful in a way that made me want to scream. From up here, I could see the patterns more clearly. The fog wasn't just drifting, it was pulsing in a rhythmic, coordinated sequence. It looked like a giant, bioluminescent brain thinking its way through the forest. And then, as the first gray light of dawn touched the peaks to the east, the glow just flickered like a dying light bulb. In 10 seconds, the green was gone. The fog turned back into an ordinary, dull white mist. The silence broke. I heard a crow call in the distance. I heard the wind rustle the leaves. The world was normal again. I stayed on that ridge until the sun was high in the sky. I didn't trust my eyes. I didn't trust the silence. When I finally worked up the courage to go back to my camp, I found my truck exactly where I'd left it. The door was still open. My gear was scattered. I hopped inside and turned the key. The engine roared to life instantly, the radio blasting a classic rock station as if nothing had ever happened. But as I put the truck in reverse, I noticed something on the windshield. It wasn't a footprint, it wasn't a scratch, it was a film. A thin, translucent layer of green resin coated the glass where the fog had been thickest. I reached out and touched it. It was cold, vibrating. I didn't finish the job. I drove straight to the nearest ranger station, 3 hours away. I walked in, covered in dirt and smelling like rot, and told the ranger on duty what I'd seen. He didn't laugh, he didn't even look surprised. He just sighed, took out a pre-printed form, and asked, was it the emerald shade or the lime shade? I froze. You've seen it. We don't call it seeing it, he said, not looking me in the eye. We call it an atmospheric anomaly. Sign the form, Elias. It says you won't talk about the light-diffusing properties of the valley. It's for your own good. People who talk about the green fog, they tend to start seeing it everywhere, even in their own homes. I signed the paper. I just wanted to be gone. But here's the thing, it's been 6 months. I moved to the city. I stay away from the woods. I live in a high-rise where the only green I see is the plastic plants in the lobby. Last night I woke up at 4:15 a.m. There was no sound, no crickets, no city traffic, no hum of the refrigerator. I looked at the gap under my bedroom door. A soft, pulsing green light was bleeding in from the hallway, and then I heard it. A slow, rhythmic tapping on the wood. If you ever find yourself in the woods and the air starts to smell like rotting peaches, don't wait. Don't rationalize it. Don't look for a light source. Just run. Because once the fog finds you, it doesn't matter how far you go. It remembers your frequency. The tapping wasn't a wood-on-wood sound. It didn't have the sharp, organic click of a knuckle hitting a door frame. It was a resonant thrum, a vibration that skipped my ears and went straight into the marrow of my jawbone. Thrum tap, thrum tap. It was the same mathematical cadence I'd seen in the ripples of the fog back in the Skagit wilderness. I didn't move, I didn't even breathe. I sat there in the dark of my bedroom, the duvet pulled up to my chest, watching that sliver of emerald light beneath the door. It wasn't static, it was breathing. The glow expanded and contracted, casting long, sickly shadows of my dresser against the far wall. The shadows didn't look like furniture anymore. They looked like jagged, elongated limbs stretching out to reclaim the room. My phone was on the nightstand. I reached for it, my hand trembling so violently I nearly knocked it over. I needed to call someone, the police, the ranger, anyone. But when the screen flickered to life, the display was a mess of neon green static. No signal, no clock, just a shifting grid of geometric shapes that mirrored the patterns I'd seen in the vapor 6 months ago. The battery, which had been at 90% when I went to bed, dropped to 1% as I watched. Then the screen went black. The tapping stopped. In the sudden silence, the smell hit me. It was faint at first, a mere suggestion of sweetness, but it rapidly thickened into that cloying, suffocating stench of overripe peaches and ozone. It felt like a physical weight in my lungs. My eyes began to water. "Go away," I whispered. My voice was a dry rasp. "You're not here. This is a hallucination, residual stress," the ranger said. He said people start seeing it everywhere. But the ranger hadn't said it was a dream. He said it was an anomaly. I forced myself out of bed. My feet hit the hardwood floor, and for a second I felt that terrifying liquid sensation again, as if the floorboards were turning to jelly beneath my weight. I grabbed a heavy glass lamp from the nightstand, ripping the cord from the wall. It was a pathetic weapon, but I needed something cold and solid in my hand to remind me that I was still in a physical world. I walked toward the door. Each step felt like a mile. The green light was brighter now, pulsing with a feverish intensity. I could hear a sound coming from the hallway, a low-frequency hum that made my teeth ache. It was the sound of a transformer about to blow, mixed with a human hum, a melodic, wordless drone that felt like it was being piped directly into my cerebral cortex. I reached for the doorknob. It was freezing. Not just cold, but unnaturally frigid, as if the metal had been sitting in liquid nitrogen. I wrapped my shirt around my hand and turned the lock. The door swung open. The hallway of my apartment was gone. I don't mean the walls had disappeared. I mean they were obscured by a wall of that solid, velvet green fog. It was so thick I couldn't see the framed photos on the walls or the coat rack 3 feet away. It was a corridor of glowing emerald smoke, and standing in the center of it, not 5 feet from me, was the silhouette. It was taller than it had been in the woods. Its head, or the rounded protrusion where a head should be, scraped the ceiling. It was impossibly thin, its limbs like charred branches, and its skin wasn't skin at all. It looked like woven smoke, a dark matter that absorbed the green light rather than reflecting it. It had no eyes, no mouth, no features I could recognize, yet I knew with every fiber of my being that it was looking at me. It was studying me. The creature raised its hand. The fingers were long, segmented, and tipped with those glass-like needles. It didn't strike, it didn't move toward me. It simply reached out and touched the wall of the hallway. Where its fingers met the drywall, the green fog surged. The paint began to blister and peel away in perfect hexagonal flakes. Beneath the paint, the wood of the studs didn't look like pine. It looked translucent, like my hands had in the woods. I could see the electrical wiring through the walls, the copper glowing with a bright violet current that pulsed in time with the creature's heartbeat. I realized then what it was doing. It wasn't hunting me. It was translating me. It was converting my environment, my reality, into whatever medium it existed in. I swung the lamp. It was a desperate, panicked reflex. The heavy glass base whistled through the air, aimed right at the creature's chest. But the lamp didn't hit anything solid. It passed through the silhouette as if it were made of shadows, and the moment the lamp entered the green fog, it shattered. Not into shards of glass, but into a cloud of fine, glowing dust that hung suspended in the air. The creature tilted its head. The hum grew louder, a vibrating roar that knocked me to my knees. I clutched my ears, screaming, but no sound came out. The fog was eating the sound waves again. Then the creature spoke. It wasn't words. It was a sequence of tones, a series of mathematical vibrations that translated in my mind as a singular, terrifying thought, frequency matched. I scrambled backward into my bedroom, slamming the door and leaning my weight against it. I fumbled for the lock, but the metal was already soft. The doorknob felt like wet clay in my hand, deforming and melting. The green light began to pour through the wood itself, the grain of the oak turning into glowing liquid ribbons. I ran to the window. I lived on the 14th floor. Below, the city of Seattle should have been a grid of orange streetlights and moving cars, but when I looked out, the city was gone. The entire world was a sea of green. The fog had risen to the level of the skyscrapers. I could see the tops of other buildings poking out of the glowing mist like tombstones in a haunted graveyard. There were no lights in any of the windows, no planes in the sky, just the rhythmic, pulsating emerald tide and the silhouettes, hundreds of them. They were moving through the fog, gliding between the buildings with a slow, mechanical grace, their long fingers tapping on the glass of the high-rises. Thrum-tap, thrum-tap. I realized then that the ranger had been lying. It wasn't an anomaly. It wasn't a localized event. It was an infestation, or maybe an arrival. I looked back at my bedroom door. It was gone. In its place was a shimmering veil of green vapor. The silhouette stepped through. It was closer now. I could smell the rotting peaches so strongly I felt my consciousness beginning to slip. My skin was starting to glow. I looked at my arms and saw the veins pulsing with that violet light. My bones were visible dark shadows beneath a translucent layer of flesh. I wasn't solid anymore. I was becoming part of the fog. The creature reached out. One of its spindly fingers touched my forehead. It didn't hurt. It felt like a surge of pure information. I saw the Skagit Valley, but not as a forest. I saw it as a blueprint, a series of interlocking frequencies and energy grids. I saw the atmospheric refraction the scientists talked about. It was a veil, a thin membrane between our world and something much older, something that didn't use matter to build, but light and sound. They had been under the river for eons. They had been in the deep places where the Earth's crust was thin, and now the frequency had changed. The world was vibrating at a new pitch, and we were the static that needed to be cleared. Please, I tried to say, but my tongue was light. My teeth were humming. The creature's finger pressed deeper. My room began to dissolve. The bed, the dresser, the walls, they were all breaking down into that fine, glowing dust. I felt my weight vanishing. I wasn't falling, I was floating. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the intensity of the light flickered. A distant sound cut through the hum. It was sharp, mechanical, and ugly. A siren, not the muffled, absorbed siren of the fog world, but a real, ear-piercing, human-made screech. The silhouette jerked its head toward the window. The green light dimmed slightly, turning from a vibrant emerald to a sickly, pale lime. The creature's form became less distinct, more like actual smoke. I felt a jolt of pain in my chest, a real, physical heart attack of a sensation. My heart was trying to find its own rhythm again, fighting against the mathematical pulse of the fog. I didn't think. I threw myself at the window. I didn't care if I fell 14 stories. I just needed to hit something that was solid. I needed to break the frequency. I crashed through the glass. I expected the cold air of the night. I expected the terrifying drop, but I didn't fall. I hit the floor hard. I gasped, my lungs burning with the scent of dust and stale coffee. I opened my eyes. I was in my apartment. The sun was coming through the blinds, a harsh, normal yellow. My bedroom door was shut. My lamp was on the nightstand, perfectly intact. My phone was plugged in, showing 7:30 a.m. and a full battery. I scrambled to my feet, my heart racing. I checked my arms. My skin was solid, no glowing veins, no translucent bones. A dream, I choked out, just a nightmare. I walked to the window. The city was there. Traffic was crawling along I-5. The Space Needle stood in the distance, gray and mundane against a drizzly sky. Everything was normal. I leaned my forehead against the cool glass, closing my eyes and trying to steady my breathing. It was just the stress. The ranger's warning had gotten into my head. People who talk about the green fog, they tend to start seeing it everywhere. I stayed like that for a long time, just listening to the beautiful, chaotic noise of the city. The honking horns, the distant construction, the wind whistling through the window frame. Wait. I opened my eyes. I looked at the window frame. There was a small crack in the glass, just a tiny hairline fracture in the corner, and stuck in that crack was a smear of something. I leaned in closer, my breath hitched. It was a thin, translucent layer of green resin. It was cold to the touch. And as I watched, a tiny, microscopic ripple moved through the resin, a vibration that I felt in my teeth. I backed away from the window, my hands shaking. I looked around my normal apartment. It felt wrong. The colors were too bright. The silence between the city noises was too heavy. I walked to the kitchen to splash some water on my face. I turned the faucet, but nothing came out. No splash, no gurgle. I looked at the drain. A thin wisp of green vapor was curling up from the pipes. It didn't drift, it crawled. And then, from the other side of my front door, I heard it. Thrum tap, thrum tap. I realized then that the sun wasn't actually yellow. If I looked at it long enough, if I squinted past the rational layer of my vision, I could see the emerald tint. I could see the geometric shapes hidden in the clouds. The world hadn't gone back to normal. I had just been tuned. I was a radio that had finally found the right station, and now that I was on the frequency, there was no going back to the static. I sat down on the kitchen floor, the green mist from the drain beginning to pool around my ankles. I didn't run this time. There was nowhere to go. The fog wasn't in the woods, and it wasn't in the city. It was in the air, it was in the light, it was in the very atoms of the world I thought I knew. I reached out my hand and touched the floor. It felt soft, like velvet, like a curtain. I closed my eyes and waited for the tapping to reach the kitchen. I didn't smell the rotting peaches anymore. Now it just smelled like home. And as the green light filled my vision, even with my eyes closed, I finally understood what the ranger meant. It wasn't that the fog found you. It was that you finally stopped pretending you couldn't see it. The tapping stopped at my back. A cold, spindly finger touched the nape of my neck. Frequency matched, I whispered. And for the first time in 6 months, I wasn't afraid. I was just light. The sensation of weightlessness was not a sudden snap, but a slow, agonizing dissolution of the self. My kitchen floor, once solid linoleum over concrete, became a viscous membrane that yielded to my touch like the surface of a stagnant pond. I could feel the individual molecules of my body beginning to drift apart. the electromagnetic bonds that held Elias together fraying under the influence of that relentless green hum. The creature's finger on my neck wasn't just a touch, it was a conduit. It was pulling the data of my life, my memories of the Skagit, the smell of my mother's kitchen, the fear of the dark, and reformatting them into a language of pure vibration. I looked down at my hands. They were no longer flesh. They were silhouettes of woven smoke, identical to the entity standing behind me. The violet current of my nervous system was visible now, a glowing roadmap of a man who was rapidly becoming a ghost. I tried to remember why I had been afraid. Fear requires a heart to beat, a stomach to knot, and a brain to chemicalize panic. But my heart was now a rhythmic pulse of light, and my brain was a crystalline lattice of emerald geometry. The fear was being filtered out, replaced by a profound, hollow clarity. The entity stepped around me, its movements fluid and silent, defying the physics of the room. It didn't walk, it drifted through the space where the kitchen table should have been. The table was still there, but it was translucent, a skeletal suggestion of furniture. The creature reached out and touched a half-empty bag of coffee on the counter. The plastic didn't crinkle. Instead, the bag erupted into a cloud of fine, glowing spores that swirled in the air, caught in a draft that didn't exist. "What are you?" I asked. My voice didn't come from my throat. It resonated from the walls, from the ceiling, from the very air between us. It was a chord, not a word. The entity didn't answer with a voice. It simply turned its faceless head toward the window. I followed its gaze. The city of Seattle was no longer a collection of buildings and people. It was a massive, interconnected web of light. I could see the vibrations of every living thing, the frantic, high-pitched buzz of birds, the slow, thrumming bass of the trees in the park, and the jagged, discordant static of the humans. We were like grit in a finely tuned machine. We were the noise that the signal was trying to drown out. I watched as a bus moved down the street below. It wasn't a metal vehicle anymore. It was a blur of orange energy, struggling to maintain its shape against the encroaching green tide. As it passed through a particularly thick patch of the fog, the orange flickered. The bus didn't crash, it simply thinned. The passengers inside became shadows, their frantic movements slowing until they matched the rhythmic pulse of the atmosphere. They weren't dying. They were being translated. "The ranger," I whispered, the thought vibrating through the room. "He knew he was one of you." The entity's head tilted in a way that suggested a grim sort of affirmation. I realized then that the ranger station hadn't been a place of refuge. It was a processing center. The forms I had signed weren't legal documents, they were frequency anchors. By signing my name, by acknowledging the anomaly, I had tuned myself to their broadcast. The 6 months of normalcy hadn't been a reprieve, it had been an incubation period. The fog had been growing inside me, a slow-acting resin coating my soul until I was finally ready to be harvested. The creature moved toward the window and placed its long, segmented hand against the glass. The hairline fracture I had seen earlier didn't shatter, it expanded. The glass began to grow, crystalline structures branching out like frost on a winter pane, but these crystals were vibrant green and hummed with a low-frequency growl. The entire window morphed into a portal of solidified light. Beyond the glass, the world was beautiful and terrifying. The sky was a deep, bruised purple, shot through with veins of emerald lightning that never reached the ground. The skyscrapers had become pillars of translucent obsidian, their windows replaced by glowing runes that shifted and changed in a constant mathematical flux. This was the true face of the world, the one hidden beneath the diffusing properties of our limited perception. The entity stepped through the window. It didn't fall. It stood on the air as if it were a solid floor. It turned back and extended a hand toward me. I looked back at my apartment one last time. It looked like a museum exhibit of a dead civilization. A dirty plate in the sink, a stack of unpaid bills, a photograph of a woman I used to love, her face now a smear of indistinct pixels. It was all so small, so heavy. The weight of being human, of carrying around a body made of meat and bone, suddenly felt like an intolerable burden. I reached out, my hand, now a claw of dark smoke, met the creature's fingers. The contact was an explosion of sensory overload. I saw the birth of the valley. I saw the great green ships, or were they organisms, descending through a sky that had never known a sun. I saw them burrowing into the earth, waiting for the atmosphere to reach the right chemical balance, waiting for the inhabitants of the surface to develop the technology that would inadvertently broadcast the wake-up signal. Our cell towers, our satellites, our constant, frantic churning of the electromagnetic spectrum, we had been screaming into the dark for a century, and something had finally answered. I stepped out of the window. The air was thick and sweet, the smell of rotting peaches now so intense it was almost musical. I looked down at the street. The transformation was nearly complete. The static of the human population was being smoothed out. I saw thousands of silhouettes like mine standing on street corners, peering out of windows, drifting through the parks. There was no screaming, there was no violence, there was only the hum. We require now. As we drifted upward, leaving the crumbling shells of the city behind, I felt the last of Elias slipping away. The memory of the truck, the smell of the forest, the fear of the fog, it was all being compressed into a single, glowing point of data. I looked at the entity beside me. It wasn't a monster, it was a conductor. And as we joined the great pulse rising toward the bruised purple sky, I finally understood the purpose of the resin on the windshield. It wasn't a mark of infection. It was a seal of ownership. The world below flickered one last time, a dying light bulb of gray and brown, before the emerald tide swallowed it whole. The fog didn't just glow green, it was the only color that had ever truly existed. Everything else had just been a shadow. We rose higher, the atmosphere thinning into a vacuum that didn't matter because we didn't need to breathe. We were the signal now. We were the light. And far below, in the ruins of a reality that no longer mattered, a single crow called in the distance, its voice a jagged, lonely piece of noise in a world that had finally found its perfect, silent frequency. But even that sound was soon gone, dissolved into the sweet, rotting perfume of the peach-scented void. I closed my eyes, or the sensors that had replaced them, and listened to the universe. It wasn't empty. It was crowded with the tapping of a billion fingers on a billion doors. Thrum tap, thrum tap. The door is open now, for everyone. The transition was not a death, but a redistribution of mass. My apartment, once the anchor of my identity, became a translucent shell, a holographic memory of a life that had been lived in a lower resolution. As I drifted further from the 14th floor window, the physics of the street level began to warp. The asphalt of the city's streets below didn't just look like a river, it began to flow like one. The black tar liquefied into a dark, iridescent sludge that pulsed in time with the emerald sky. I saw cars, the physical husks of commuters and families, trapped in the flow like insects in amber. They weren't crashing. They were melting, their steel frames softening into metallic ribbons that coiled around the light poles. I looked at the entity beside me. Up close, without the interference of the solid world, it was a masterpiece of fractal geometry. It didn't have skin. It had layers of shifting, translucent scales that reflected colors I didn't have names for, ultraviolet purples and X-ray cyans that throbbed with a rhythmic internal heat. Its face was a cluster of sensory pits that drew in the ambient vibration of the city. It wasn't looking at me with eyes, it was sensing my resonance, making sure I was staying in tune. Where are we going? The thought vibrated out of me. It felt like a chord struck on a cello. The creature's response was a cascade of images. I saw the deep trenches of the Pacific Ocean where the tectonic plates met. I saw massive, glowing structures, biological cathedrals the size of Mount Rainier rising from the silt. They weren't made of stone. They were grown from the same green resin I had found in the crack of my window. These were the tuning forks. They had been vibrating at a subaudible frequency for millions of years, slowly softening the reality of the planet, preparing the soil of our dimension for this specific harvest. I looked down at Seattle. The Space Needle was no longer a landmark of mid-century optimism. It was a lightning rod. A massive bolt of green energy connected the top of the tower to the swirling vortex in the clouds, and I could see the data of the city being sucked upward. It looked like a stream of glowing sand, millions of individual lives, memories, and histories being stripped of their physical weight and converted into pure luminous information. I saw a woman on a balcony 3 floors below mine. She was clutching a cat to her chest. Both of them were glowing with that same sickly lime hue. She wasn't screaming. Her mouth was open, but what came out was a high melodic whistle. As I watched, her fingers elongated, turning into the same spindly, smoke-like appendages as the creatures. Her cat didn't hiss. It simply dissolved into a cloud of violet sparks that merged with her own aura. They were becoming one entity, a composite of biological data being prepared for the Great Pulse. The horror I expected to feel was absent. It had been filtered out, a redundant emotion belonging to a species that no longer existed. Instead, I felt a terrible, cold curiosity. I was a scientist observing the dissolution of my own specimen. The entity gripped my hand tighter, and suddenly the world accelerated. We weren't drifting anymore, we were being pulled. The skyscrapers became smears of gray light. The sound of the city, the honking, the sirens, the wind, coalesced into a single, deafening hum that bypassed my ears and vibrated directly into my marrow. We were rising through the atmospheric refraction the ranger had mentioned. It wasn't a layer of gas, it was a membrane. As we hit it, the sensation was like breaking through a sheet of ice into warm water. The green fog vanished, replaced by a clarity so sharp it hurt. I wasn't looking at the sky anymore. I was looking at the outside. Space wasn't black. It was a vibrant, living ecosystem of bioluminescent currents. I could see the earth below, but it didn't look like a blue marble. It looked like a bruised fruit, its surface covered in a crawling, glowing mold of emerald and violet. The infestation was global. I could see the webs of green light stretching across the oceans, connecting the continents, a planetary nervous system that had finally been switched on. The harvest is nearly complete, a voice resonated within the collective frequency. It wasn't the creature next to me, it was the planet itself, or rather, what the planet had become. I saw the ships now. They weren't metal craft from a distant star. They were gargantuan, jellyfish-like organisms miles wide, drifting through the upper atmosphere. Their long, trailing tentacles reached down into the cities, acting as vacuum tubes for the glowing dust that used to be people. We were being gathered. We were the yield of a crop that had been planted before the first dinosaur had ever walked the earth. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of something, a remnant of Elia's, a memory of a rainy afternoon in the Skagit Valley, the smell of damp pine and the sound of the river. I tried to hold on to it, to use it as an anchor, but the memory was being overwrit. The smell of pine was being replaced by the scent of rotting peaches. The sound of the river was being tuned into the mathematical roar of the vacuum. Stop, I tried to vibrate. I want to remember. The entity turned to me. For the first time, I felt a sense of individual intent from it. It leaned closer, its sensory pits pulsing with a soft, sympathetic light. It touched its forehead to mine. The memory of the Skagit didn't vanish. It expanded. I saw the river not as a body of water, but as a vein of liquid frequency. I saw the trees as antennae. I realized that the beauty I had found in nature was just a faint, distorted echo of the world I was entering now. My love for the valley hadn't been a human emotion. It had been my soul recognizing its true home. The green fog hadn't been an intruder in the woods. The woods were the disguise the fog had worn to keep us calm until the frequency was ready. The ranger hadn't been a liar. He had been a hospice worker for a species that didn't know it was dying. We were pulled into the underbelly of one of the great drifting organisms. The interior was a cathedral of pulsing membranes and glowing conduits. Thousands of other silhouettes were already there, suspended in a thick amniotic fluid of green light. They were all humming, their individual voices merging into a colossal, perfect chord. I felt myself being steered toward an empty pocket of light. The fluid surrounded me, warm and heavy. It felt like the resin on the window, but intensified 1,000-fold. It began to fill my mouth, my lungs, my pores. I wasn't drowning, I was being preserved. As the fluid encased me, the last of my physical form vanished. I was no longer a man named Elias. I was a single note in a symphony that spanned the stars. I could feel the thoughts of the woman with the cat, the thoughts of the ranger, the thoughts of every person who had ever looked into the green fog and felt a sense of belonging they couldn't explain. We were being transported. The earth was the nursery, and the nursery was being emptied. The rotting peach smell was the scent of the fruit falling away to reveal the seed. I looked out through the translucent skin of the great organism. The earth was shrinking. The green web was glowing brighter and brighter, a final, spectacular flare of energy as the planet's life force was drained into the ships. Then the outside changed. The stars didn't look like points of light anymore. They were holes in the fabric of the dark, revealing a sea of emerald brilliance beyond. We were heading toward the source. The hum reached a crescendo. It was no longer a sound. It was a physical force that shattered the last remnants of my ego. I didn't have a name. I didn't have a past. I was just a frequency, matched and mastered. And in the final moment before I lost the ability to perceive self, I felt a strange, distant vibration. It was the sound of a truck engine, idling in a rainy forest. It was the sound of a man screaming in a world where sound was being eaten. It was a tiny, jagged piece of static in a perfect universe. I reached out to it, one last human gesture, but the green light was too thick. The frequency was too strong. The static faded, the noise died. The symphony began. The interior of the great organism vibrated with a sudden rhythmic jolt, a heartbeat that belonged to the collective. I could feel the data of my life being sorted, indexed, and woven into a larger tapestry of consciousness. My memories of Seattle, the rain on the pavement, the taste of cheap coffee, the sound of the I-5 traffic were being stripped of their emotional weight and turned into cold, geometric patterns. They weren't mine anymore. They were part of the archive. Beside me in the amniotic light, other forms were undergoing the same process. I saw a man who might have been a banker, his silhouette still retaining the phantom shape of a suit, slowly dissolving into a cluster of glowing spheres. I saw a child, her essence a bright, frantic flicker of gold, being calmed by the surrounding emerald hum until she became a steady, unblinking pulse. There was no grief here. There was no loss. There was only the terrifying efficiency of a harvest. The entity that had brought me here, the one I had thought of as a monster, floated just outside my pocket of fluid. It was no longer a guide, it was a gardener. It moved among us, its long fingers adjusted the pitch of our vibrations, ensuring that the chord remained pure. When it passed me, I felt a brief, flickering resonance, a recognition of the part of me that had once stood in the Skagit Valley and felt the first touch of the fog. Is this the end? I thought, the vibration rippling through the fluid. End is a linear concept, the collective answered. It wasn't a voice, but a shift in the light. You are being integrated. The static of the individual is being resolved into the harmony of the whole. You are not dying, you are being corrected. The ship, if it could be called that, began to pulse with a new intensity. We were leaving the orbital plane of the Earth. I looked back, but the planet was no longer recognizable. It was a dark, hushed cinder, stripped of the vibrant energy that had defined it for eons. The green web had vanished, sucked up into the fleet of drifting organisms. What was left behind was the dross, the heavy, inert matter that couldn't be tuned. The buildings, the mountains, the oceans, they were just the husks of a fruit that had been eaten. As we accelerated into the emerald void between the stars, the sensation of movement became a sensation of growth. I felt myself expanding, my consciousness stretching across the miles of the organism's interior. I could feel the dreams of the thousands of people suspended with me. I saw a million different versions of home, all of them being reduced to the same basic frequency. I saw the Ranger again. He wasn't in a silhouette, he was a focal point of the ship's navigation system. His frequency had been so perfectly matched that he had been promoted from harvest to processor. He was part of the brain of the ship now, his memories of the forest used to calibrate the sensory inputs of the great organism. He looked at me, or rather, his resonance met mine, and I felt a wave of profound, empty peace. The fog is everywhere now, Elias, the resonance whispered. There is no more outside, there is only the signal. I tried to remember the feeling of being cold. I tried to remember the feeling of being lonely. But those were frequencies that the ship didn't support. They were like colors that had been removed from the spectrum. In this new reality, there was only the warmth of the collective and the constant, reassuring presence of the hum. We were approaching the source, a massive, swirling nebula of pure green light that sat at the center of the galaxy like a hungry sun. It wasn't a star, it was a gateway, a hole in the universe where the light and sound that built the world came from. As we drew closer, the gravity of the source began to pull at the very fabric of our essence. The fluid in my pocket began to glow with a blinding intensity. The rotting peach smell became so thick it was almost solid, a sweet, cloying weight that filled every corner of my being. This was the final stage, the distillation. I felt a sudden, violent surge of data. It was the history of the species that had planted us. They weren't conquerors, they were artists. They didn't build with matter because matter was too brittle, too prone to decay. They built with resonance. They had seeded thousands of worlds like Earth, waiting for the biological life to reach a point of complexity where it could be harvested and turned into living light. We were the medium for their masterpiece. Our wars, our loves, our art, our suffering, it was all just the raw material for a cosmic symphony we would never hear. The ship entered the nebula. The transition was instantaneous. The interior of the ship vanished. The fluid vanished. The silhouettes of the other people vanished. I was alone in a sea of infinite green. But I wasn't Elias, I wasn't even a frequency anymore. I was a single, microscopic spark in a storm of a trillion others. I was a pixel in a picture of unimaginable scale. I looked up, or the direction that felt like up, and I saw the masterpiece. It was a city made of sound, a civilization that existed in the gaps between the atoms of the physical world. I saw spires of solidified music that reached across light years. I saw rivers of pure thought flowing through valleys of crystalline logic. It was beautiful. It was perfect. And it was utterly, terrifyingly inhuman. There was no room for error here, no room for the messy, chaotic static of a human life. Every spark had its place. Every vibration was accounted for. I felt myself being pulled toward a specific spire, a needle of emerald light that hummed with a familiar pitch. It was the Skagit frequency. This was where the data from the valley was being stored. As I merged with the spire, I felt a final, fleeting sensation of the world I had left behind. I felt the rain on my face. I felt the weight of the truck keys in my pocket. I felt the fear of the green glow in the woods. And then the spire vibrated. The frequency was adjusted. The static was cleared. The last of Elias was gone. In the silence that followed, there was only the hum, a perfect, unending note that resonated through the emerald void. The fog had finally stopped glowing, because now I was the glow. The hum was not a sound anymore, it was a physical architecture. I existed as a structural reinforcement within a pillar of emerald resonance, a living brick in a cathedral of frequency. To be Elias had been to be a creature of friction, of skin rubbing against cloth, of tires grinding against gravel, of lungs straining against the thinning air of a mountain pass. Here there was no friction. There was only the seamless transmission of data. I felt the thoughts of 1,000 others who had been tuned to the Skagit frequency, their lives unfolding like a deck of cards being shuffled into mine. I saw the first steps of a toddler in a kitchen in Mount Vernon. I felt the sting of a breakup in a rainy parking lot in Burlington. I tasted the metallic tang of a salmon caught in the cold rush of the river near Concrete. These weren't my memories, but they were my neighborhood in the Spire. We were a collective of localized data, a zip code of human experience distilled into a single, shimmering chord of light. We were being used to power something, a processor the size of a solar system that calculated the drift of galaxies. The transition should have been the end of the narrative. A soul absorbed into the machine has no story to tell, but the universe, even one designed by fractal architects of light, is prone to the very thing the green fog sought to eliminate: noise. It started as a rhythmic thud. It was faint, a microscopic tremor at the base of the spire. In the perfection of the green, it felt like a physical blow. Thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of something heavy and blunt, something that refused to be converted into a frequency. It was the sound of matter. Within the collective, a ripple of agitation spread. The gardeners, those spindly, multidimensional entities, flickered into view around the base of our spire. Their sensory pits were pulsing a frantic, ultraviolet red. They weren't tending the crop anymore, they were hunting a parasite. I felt the Skagit frequency shudder. The memories of the salmon and the rainy parking lots began to distort, stretched thin by the intrusion of this rhythmic thudding. And then I saw it. Deep within the green glass of the spire, a pocket of darkness was forming. It wasn't the black of space. It was the black of old oil, of soot, of the mud at the bottom of a stagnant pond. It was a dead zone of information. And at the center of that darkness was a shape that shouldn't have existed in this realm of pure light. It was a boot, a heavy leather work boot, caked in the gray clay of the Washington coast. The boot was followed by a leg in tattered denim and then a torso wrapped in a stained high-visibility vest. It was the Ranger, but he wasn't a processor anymore. He wasn't a focal point of the navigation system. He was a jagged hole in the reality of the green. He looked like a glitch in a high-definition broadcast, his edges blurring into static, his physical form fighting against the dissolution of the harvest. He was carrying something, a heavy, rusted iron canister, a piece of old-world technology, a relic of the era of steam and coal. It looked like an old fire extinguisher, but the pressure gauge on top was spinning wildly into the red. Elia's, the sound didn't vibrate, it shouted. It was a clumsy, vocalized burst of air that tore through the harmonic balance of the spire like a chainsaw through silk. The collective recoiled. The peace I had felt moments ago vanished, replaced by a searing, white-hot agony as the frequency of my existence was forcibly dragged back toward the physical. I felt my teeth. I felt the dry, scratching sensation of my tongue. I felt the terrifying weight of my own ribcage. Elias, wake up. The signal is looping. The Ranger's voice was a blunt instrument. He swung the iron canister, and as he did, a cloud of thick, black smoke erupted from the nozzle. It wasn't the green fog. It was the opposite. It was a null fog, a substance so dense and heavy that the light of the spire couldn't penetrate it. Where the smoke touched the emerald walls, the glass cracked. The memories of the Skagit Valley leaked out like pressurized steam, whistling into the void. I felt myself falling. The pocket of fluid that had held me was gone. I was tumbling through a vacuum of static, my body reassembling itself in midair with the agonizing slowness of a bone being set without anesthesia. I hit a surface that felt like cold, wet concrete. I gasped and the air tasted like ash and ozone. My eyes snapped open, real eyes, wet and stinging. I wasn't in a cathedral of light. I wasn't in a ship. I was in the basement of the Space Needle. The green glow was still there, but it was dim, flickering like a dying fluorescent bulb. The great harvest was visible through a series of cracked foundation walls, not as a cosmic symphony, but as a terrifying mechanical extraction. Massive, translucent pipes, looking like the veins of some subterranean beast, were pulsing with green light, drawing the life out of the city above and pumping it into a central core. The Ranger stood over me, his face a mask of sweat and grime. He didn't look like a hospice worker anymore. He looked like a man who had crawled out of a trench. He shoved a heavy rubber mask over my face. Breathe, he hissed. The air is 80% resin now. If you don't use the filter, you'll turn into a statue in 10 minutes. I inhaled the recycled air from the canister, tasting of rubber and stale sweat. My head throbbed. The ships, the outside, I saw the universe, I saw the source. You saw the screensaver, the Ranger spat, checking the seals on his own mask. It's a neurological bypass. They don't just take your body, Elias, they take the narrative. They feed you a version of the end that you can accept so you don't fight the conversion. It's a sedative, a planetary scale morphine drip. I looked around the basement. The walls were lined with husks. They weren't glowing sand, they were people. Thousands of them standing in neat rows, their skin turned to that translucent, waxy green resin. They were alive, their eyes open and glazed, staring at a world that wasn't there. They were humming, a low, rhythmic vibration that matched the pulse of the pipes. They're being processed, the Ranger said, his voice muffled by the mask. The light you saw, that's just the bioelectric energy being stripped from their nervous systems. The memories are being archived for their long-term data storage. We're not a crop, Elias, we're a battery and a hard drive. I tried to stand, my legs feeling like lead. How are we? Why aren't we like them? The ranger held up a small, pulsating device he had strapped to his wrist. It looked like a piece of the green tech, but it was encased in a crude, lead-lined box. I found a dead one. Back in the woods, before the fog hit the city, a gardener that hadn't tuned properly. I took its resonance sync. As long as this thing is running, it creates a field of interference. To the system, we're just background noise. We're static. He grabbed my arm and hauled me toward a heavy steel door that led deeper into the Needle's service tunnels. But the interference is leaking. The gardener I saw in your vision, that was the system trying to re-index you. It knew you were a fragment that didn't fit the cord. As we moved through the tunnels, the scale of the horror became clear. The Space Needle hadn't just been a lightning rod for energy, it had been modified. The entire structure was wrapped in a lattice of biological mesh, a fungal growth that was slowly digesting the steel and replacing it with green resin. We passed the elevator shafts, but the cars were gone, replaced by pulsing sacs of fluid that moved up and down like pistons in an engine. The sound of the city above was gone. There was no wind, no rain, no traffic. There was only the thrum tap of the harvest. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice echoing hollowly in the mask. "To the source of the broadcast," the ranger said. "The source you saw in your head was a lie, but there is a physical hub. Every city has one. A central node that coordinates the tuning of the population. If we can knock out the Needle's node, the frequency for the whole Pacific Northwest drops. The sedatives wear off." "And then what?" I asked, a cold dread settling in my stomach. "If the morphine wears off, what happens to the people who are halfway through the conversion?" The ranger stopped. He turned to look at me, his eyes dark behind the goggles of his mask. "They scream, Elias, they scream until their lungs turn to glass. But they die as humans, not as data." We reached a junction where the tunnel opened into the main observation deck support structure. The view was a nightmare. Seattle was gone. In its place was a sprawling, bioluminescent coral reef of green resin. The skyscrapers were the skeletons of the reef, overgrown with pulsing, translucent polyps. The sky wasn't a vortex, it was a solid ceiling of green cloud, so low it felt like it was resting on the tops of the buildings. And the ships, the giant, jellyfish-like organisms, were hovering just above the rooftops, their tentacles reaching down into the streets like the fingers of a giant, invisible hand, plucking the processed husks from the ground and pulling them into the sky. I saw the woman with the cat again. She wasn't a silhouette of light. She was a waxy, green statue, her arms fused around the small, stiff shape of the cat. A tentacle had wrapped around her waist, hoisting her slowly toward the belly of a ship. Her mouth was open in that silent whistle, but now I could see the resin dripping from her lips like honey. "We don't have much time," the ranger said, pulling a heavy satchel from his shoulder. "The gardeners are starting to realize the Skagit spire is missing its key notes. They'll be coming to debug the basement soon." He handed me a small, cylindrical device. "This is a resonance spike. When we get to the core, you have to jam this into the main conduit. It'll create a feedback loop. It'll be like a scream in a library." "What about you?" "I'm the distraction," he said, and for the first time I saw a flicker of the man he had been, the man who loved the damp pine and the sound of the river. "I've got enough null fog in these canisters to cloud the deck for 5 minutes. You get to the core, you break the song." We began to climb. The stairs were slick with resin and the air grew hotter, vibrating with a frequency that made my teeth ache. Every few floors, we passed ventilation ports where the green fog was being pumped out into the city. It looked beautiful from a distance, a soft emerald mist, but up close it was a thick, suffocating slurry of microscopic spores. As we reached the level just below the observation deck, the thrum tap changed. It became faster, more urgent. A shadow fell over the stairwell. One of the gardeners was there. It didn't look like a fractal masterpiece anymore. In the harsh, flickering light of the service tunnels, it looked like a giant, translucent insect, its body a series of articulated plates, its face a cluster of wet, pulsing holes. It was clinging to the ceiling, its long, smoke-like appendages twitching as it sensed our resonance. It didn't make a sound, it simply dropped. The ranger was faster. He triggered one of the canisters, and a blast of black soot engulfed the creature. The gardener shrieked, a sound like metal grinding on bone, and recoiled, its translucent skin turning a sickly, opaque gray where the smoke touched it. "Go," the ranger yelled, shoving me toward the final ladder. "The core is in the center of the restaurant level. Don't look at the lights, Elias, just hit the spike." I scrambled up the ladder, the sound of the struggle below me muffled by the thick, black smoke. I burst through a hatch and found myself in the rotating restaurant of the Space Needle. The view was a hallucination. The floor was still rotating, but it was no longer a dining area. It was a forest of glowing, glass-like tubes, all of them converging on a central pillar of pure, blinding emerald light. The pillar was the node. It was a solid column of the green fog, compressed until it had the density of diamond. Inside the column, I could see things, not people, but templates. Ghostly, flickering images of human anatomy, of bird wings, of tree roots. It was the blueprint for the harvest, the master file that was being used to reformat the world. The sound here was deafening. It wasn't a hum anymore, it was a roar. It was the sound of a billion lives being rewritten at once. I stumbled toward the pillar, the resonance spike heavy in my hand. My mask was beginning to fail. The green light was so intense it was starting to tune the plastic of the filters. I could feel my thoughts beginning to slip again, the narrative of the beautiful universe trying to reassert itself. "The harvest is peace," the pillar whispered into my brain. "The static is pain. Why choose the pain?" I saw my father. I saw the girl I had loved in college. I saw the Skagit Valley in the autumn, the leaves turning a brilliant, natural gold. They were all there, inside the light, beckoning me. They were telling me that the ranger was the monster, that the null fog was the poison, and that the green was the cure. "It's a lie," I croaked, my voice sounding like breaking glass. "It's a screensaver." I reached the base of the pillar. The heat was unbearable, a dry, electric heat that made the hair on my arms sizzle. The resin on the floor had pooled around the core, creating a sticky, translucent lake. I raised the resonance spike. A hand caught my wrist. It wasn't a gardener's hand, it was a human hand, but the skin was perfectly smooth, perfectly green. It was the woman from the balcony. Her eyes were gone, replaced by glowing emerald pits, but she was smiling. It was a smile of absolute, lobotomized joy. "Don't," she sang, her voice a perfect C-sharp. "The song is almost finished. Don't add a discord." Behind her, dozens of other husks were rising from the resin lake. They weren't statues anymore. They were the immune system of the node. They moved with a terrifying, synchronized grace, their limbs elongated, their bodies humming in unison. They didn't attack me, they began to sing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. It was a chord that contained every lullaby ever sung, every sunset ever witnessed, every moment of relief ever felt by a human soul. It was a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated comfort. My arm began to tremble. The spike felt heavy, an ugly, violent thing in a world of such perfection. Why would I want to break this? Why would I want to go back to the rain and the cold and the loneliness of being a single, dying spark in a dark universe? Elias. A scream from the hatch. The ranger was there, his vest shredded, his mask gone. He was bleeding real red blood that looked like a stain on the emerald floor. He was being pursued by 3 gardeners, their appendages wrapping around his legs, pulling him back into the smoke. "Do it," he roared, his voice cracking with the effort. "Break the loop." The woman with the cat soul leaned closer to me. Her breath smelled of rotting peaches. "Stay," she whispered, "be the glow." I looked at the ranger. I looked at the red blood on the green floor. It was the only real thing in the room. It was messy. It was painful. It was temporary. And it was mine. I slammed the resonance spike into the base of the emerald pillar. For a second, nothing happened. The song continued. The woman smiled. The ranger was pulled into the dark. And then the spike began to vibrate. It didn't hum, it rattled. It was a jagged, uneven vibration, the sound of a truck engine idling in a rainy forest. It was a piece of static that refused to be tuned. The vibration traveled up the spike and into the pillar. The emerald light flickered. The templates of the human anatomy inside the core began to distort, their limbs stretching into impossible shapes. The song hit a sour note, then another. The woman's smile faltered. Her jaw began to unhinge, and instead of a C-sharp, a low, guttural moan came out of her throat. The other husks began to convulse, their bodies jerking as the morphine of the frequency was replaced by the raw, unshielded reality of their conversion. The pillar cracked. It wasn't a clean break, it was a shattering, a massive explosion of green glass and pressurized resin. The shockwave threw me backward across the rotating floor and through the glass windows of the observation deck. I fell, but I didn't fall into a symphony. I fell into the air, cold, biting Seattle air. As I plummeted toward the emerald reef below, I heard it. The scream. It wasn't one voice, it was millions. From every apartment building, every street corner, every ship in the sky, the frequency had broken. The sedative was gone. The city was waking up to the harvest. I hit a soft, pulsing sack of resin halfway down the needle, the impact knocking the wind from my lungs. I clung to the waxy surface, gasping as the world above me began to tear itself apart. The Space Needle's top was engulfed in a cloud of black smoke and green fire. The jellyfish ships were losing their buoyancy, their tentacles twitching spasmodically as they drifted aimlessly into the buildings. The green fog wasn't glowing anymore. It was roiling, turning a dark, bruised purple. I looked down at my hands. The green tint was fading, replaced by the pale, trembling flesh of a man who was very much alone and very much afraid. The harvest had been interrupted, but the harvesters were still here. And they were no longer playing music. The silence that followed the shattering of the pillar was more violent than the explosion itself. For a heartbeat, the entire city of Seattle seemed to hold its breath, a collective intake of air that tasted of ozone and the metallic tang of blood. Then the sound began. It started as a low, guttural vibration in the masonry of the Space Needle, a tectonic groan that traveled up through the soles of my boots. It wasn't the harmonic thrum tap of the harvest. It was the sound of a machine stripping its gears. Above me, the emerald core of the needle, the node, was hemorrhaging. Great plumes of dark, oily smoke, the null fog the Ranger had unleashed, swirled into the dying green light, turning the atmosphere into a bruised, sickly violet. Then came the voices. The Ranger had been right. They didn't wake up to a world they recognized. They woke up to the midpoint of their own consumption. From the streets below, from the pulsing, resin-clotted windows of the high-rises, and from the very air itself, a million-throated shriek erupted. It was a jagged, discordant wall of sound that felt like it was flaying the skin from my bones. It was the sound of a species realizing it was being eaten. I clung to the rubbery, translucent sac on the side of the needle's support structure, my fingers digging into the waxy membrane. Below me, the city was a graveyard of bioluminescent coral. The jellyfish ships, deprived of their steady tether to the node's frequency, were tilting wildly. One of them, a massive, translucent dome the size of a city block, grazed the side of the Columbia Center. The building's resin-coated exterior shattered like glass, and the ship's tentacles, no longer graceful, lashed out in blind, electric spasms, incinerating the husks it had been in the middle of hoisting. I saw a man. He was halfway up a tether, suspended 200 feet above the pavement. The green glow in his eyes flickered and died, replaced by a wide-eyed, frantic terror. He looked down, saw the abyss, and began to kick. He wasn't a data point anymore. He was a man falling. He screamed until the air left his lungs, a thin, human sound that was swallowed by the roar of the collapsing system. Elias. The voice was faint, shredded by the wind and the cacophony. I looked up. High above, near the jagged remains of the observation deck, a figure was silhouetted against the purple fire. The Ranger. He was hanging by one arm from a twisted piece of rebar, his other hand clutching the strap of his nearly empty canister. "Move," he yelled, his voice a rasping command. "The gardeners, they're losing the sink, they'll purge the tower." Even as he spoke, the biological mesh that had wrapped the needle began to react. The emerald vines thickened, pulsing with a rapid, angry red light. The structure groaned. The resin wasn't just a casing, it was a living nervous system, and we had just driven a needle into its brain. I began to climb. My muscles screamed, the lactic acid burning like lye. Every time I touched a patch of the resin, it felt colder, more brittle. The morphine was gone for the environment, too. The world was becoming physical again, and the physical world was breaking. I reached a service catwalk, my lungs heaving. The air was thick with a fine gray ash, the residue of the null fog reacting with the alien spores. It coated my tongue, tasting like burnt hair and pennies. I looked toward the center of the tower. The gardeners were no longer the elegant, fractal architects of the harvest. Deprived of the node's stabilizing frequency, their forms were melting. Their translucent carapaces were cracking, leaking a thick, glowing fluid that hissed as it touched the steel. They moved with a frantic, insectal desperation, their many-jointed limbs clicking against the metal like hail on a tin roof. They weren't tending the crop anymore. They were exterminating the weeds. One of them skittered across the underside of the catwalk above me, its face a cluster of weeping black holes. It didn't sing. It emitted a high-frequency screech that made my nose bleed. It lunged, its smoke-like appendages solidifying into jagged, glass-like blades. A blast of black soot caught it midair. The Ranger had dropped from the upper level, landing heavily on the catwalk 10 feet away. He swung the iron canister like a mace, smashing the blinded gardener across its central mass. The creature shattered into 1,000 shards of glowing ice, the fragments dissolving before they hit the deck. The Ranger didn't look at me. He was staring out at the city. It's not enough, he wheezed. He had lost his goggles and his eyes were bloodshot, the pupils blown wide. The node is down, but the ships, they have their own internal buffers. They'll try to stabilize the field. They'll burn the city to clear the interference. As if on cue, the jellyfish ship hovering nearest to us, the one that had been plucking people from the streets, stopped its erratic wobbling. Its bell-shaped body began to glow with a concentrated, blinding white light. The tentacles didn't reach down anymore. They retracted, coiling into a tight, glowing braid at the ship's center. "They're going to pulse," the Ranger said, grabbing my collar and dragging me toward the central elevator shaft. "It's a hard reset. Anything with a nervous system within 5 miles is going to have its brains turned to jelly." "We have to stop them," I said, the words feeling hollow even as I spoke them. "The people, they're waking up." "They're waking up to die, Elias. That's the choice, a beautiful lie or a screaming truth." He shoved me toward a dark, narrow chute, the remains of an emergency stairwell that had been partially spared by the resin growth. "We have to get to the basement. The lead shielding in the foundation is the only thing that might stop the pulse." We threw ourselves into the darkness of the stairwell just as the ship above us discharged. There was no sound this time. There was only a pressure so intense it felt like the atmosphere had been replaced by solid lead. My vision went white. Every nerve in my body fired at once, a localized lightning storm beneath my skin. I felt my heart skip a beat, then another, the rhythm of my life struggling against the artificial command to stop. The world tilted. I was falling again, tumbling down the stairs, hitting metal and concrete, the world a kaleidoscope of pain and static. When the pressure finally lifted, I was lying at the bottom of a flight of stairs, my face pressed into a drift of that gray, dead ash. My ears were ringing with a sound like 1,000 cicadas. I tried to move my hand, but it felt like it belonged to someone else, a distant object at the end of a long, numb tether. I rolled onto my back, gasping. Above me, the stairwell was glowing with a fading, ghostly white light. "Ranger," I croaked. There was no answer. I crawled upward, my fingers scraping against the concrete. I found him 3 landings up. He was slumped against the wall, his eyes open, staring at the ceiling. He wasn't green, he wasn't waxy, but he wasn't moving. I reached out, my hand trembling, and touched his neck. His skin was cold, but there was a pulse, faint, irregular, like a dying bird's wing. He had taken the brunt of the pulse to get me into the shaft. "Hey," I whispered, shaking his shoulder. "Hey, wake up, the narrative is over. We're in the epilogue." His eyelids flickered, a thin line of blood ran from his ear. Did it work?" "The ship pulsed," I said. "Everything's quiet, too quiet." I helped him sit up. He leaned his head back against the wall, his breath coming in shallow, ragged hitches. "The silence, that's the worst part. It means the conversion has moved to the next phase. They don't need the music anymore. Now they just need the meat." We descended the rest of the way in a daze, our bodies moving on instinct. The basement of the Space Needle was no longer a factory, it was a tomb. The rows of husks we had passed earlier were still there, but the pulse had shattered them. Thousands of people, once preserved in their waxy green cocoons, had been turned into piles of translucent shards. The battery had been overcharged and exploded. The smell was the worst part. It wasn't the smell of death, not yet. It was the smell of a florist's shop that had been hit by a flamethrower. A cloying, sweet vegetal rot that filled the back of my throat. We reached the service door that led out into the streets of Seattle. The ranger leaned against the heavy steel, his hand on the lever. "Once we go out there," he said, "there's no null fog left, no resonance sink. We're just two more animals in the woods." "I'd rather be an animal than a battery," I said. He managed a grim, bloody smile, spoken like a man who hasn't been hunted yet. He threw the lever and pushed. The world outside was unrecognizable. The green fog had settled into a thick, purple sludge that covered the ground like a layer of toxic snow. The sky was a bruised, swirling mess of clouds, illuminated from below by the fires burning in the skyscrapers. But it wasn't the fires that caught my eye, it was the movement. In the middle of 4th Avenue, a group of people were huddling together. They weren't husks. They were survivors, men and women in tattered clothes, their faces streaked with soot and tears. They were clutching each other, weeping, staring at the wreckage of their city. And circling them, moving through the purple sludge with the silent grace of sharks, were the gardeners. They had changed again. Without the node to command them, their forms had become jagged and predatory. They were no longer gardeners, they were scavengers. Their long, spindly limbs ended in hooked talons, and their faces had opened up into wide, multi-road maws of obsidian teeth. They weren't tuning the survivors, they were harvesting them the old-fashioned way. One of the gardeners, a massive thing with a thorax that pulsed with a sick yellow light, lunged at a woman near the edge of the group. She screamed, a raw, primal sound that cut through the stagnant air. The ranger didn't hesitate. He reached into his satchel and pulled out a heavy, flare-like object, something he hadn't shown me before. He struck the base, and it erupted into a brilliant magnesium-white flame. "Hey, you overgrown weeds," he roared, his voice echoing off the resin-coated walls of the surrounding buildings. The gardeners stopped. A dozen heads, if you could call them that, turned in unison. Their yellow lights flickered, synchronizing. "Run," the ranger yelled to the survivors. "Toward the water, the salt. They can't handle the salt." The people didn't need to be told twice. They broke into a frantic, stumbling sprint, heading toward the piers of Elliott Bay. The gardeners hissed, a sound like steam escaping a boiler, and turned their attention to us. They began to lunge, their bodies blurring as they moved with impossible speed across the purple sludge. "Elias," the ranger said, his eyes fixed on the approaching monsters. "You remember that story you told me about the Skagit, about how the fog felt like home?" "Yeah," I said, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Forget it," he said, handing me his last magnesium flare. "Home is gone. This is just a fight now." We stood our ground as the first of the scavengers hit the light. The magnesium flare hissed, the white heat carving a path through the purple gloom. The creature shrieked as its translucent flesh began to boil, but it didn't stop. Behind it, 10 more were coming. And then from the sky above, a new sound began. It wasn't a hum, it wasn't a scream. It was a deep, rhythmic thudding, a mechanical sound, a human sound. I looked up through the swirling violet clouds. For a second, I thought I was hallucinating again, seeing another screensaver designed to keep me docile. But the light wasn't green. It was the harsh, flickering strobe of a searchlight, and the shape wasn't a jellyfish. It was the angular, blackened silhouette of a military transport helicopter, its rotors cutting through the alien atmosphere with a defiant, thundering roar. A voice crackled over a long-range loudspeaker, distorted but unmistakable. "This is Task Force Cinder. To any survivors in the vicinity of the needle, stay in the light. Repeat, stay in the light. We are initiating a thermal purge." The ranger looked at me, a look of pure disbelief crossing his face. "Cinder, they're still alive." "Who?" I asked, ducking as a gardener's talon whistled inches above my head. "The ones who knew," he whispered. "The ones who stayed in the bunkers when the music started." The helicopter banked and a stream of white-hot liquid began to pour from its side. It wasn't water, it was napalm. The jelly-like sludge on the street ignited instantly. The purple fog turned into a wall of orange flame. The gardeners caught in the blast didn't just shatter, they incinerated, their alien biology reacting violently to the Terran heat. The heat was staggering, a physical blow that forced us back toward the needle's entrance. The world was no longer green or purple, it was the color of a furnace. As the helicopter hovered overhead, a rope ladder dropped through the smoke. "Go," the ranger shouted, shoving me toward the ladder. "What about you?" "I'm not finished yet," he yelled over the roar of the rotors. He pointed toward the horizon where the green glow of another node was visible, miles away in the direction of Bellevue. "The song is broken here, but the record is still spinning over there. Someone has to keep scratching it." He didn't wait for an answer. He turned and ran into the wall of fire, his silhouette disappearing into the orange haze as he headed back into the ruins of the city he had tried to save. I grabbed the ladder. My hands were slick with ash and sweat, but I climbed. I climbed until the air grew thin and the heat began to fade. When I reached the cabin of the helicopter, a pair of hands in heavy, fire-retardant gloves hauled me inside. The interior was cramped, filled with soldiers in gas masks and crates of ammunition. They didn't look like liberators, they looked like ghosts. I slumped against the metal ribs of the fuselage, my breath coming in ragged gasps. One of the soldiers handed me a canteen. I drank, the water tasting of plastic and life. I looked out the open door as the helicopter rose. Seattle was a sea of fire. The green fog was being pushed back by the heat, but I could see the ships, dozens of them, rising higher into the atmosphere, their bells pulsing with an angry, rhythmic light. They weren't leaving. They were repositioning. The harvest hadn't ended. It had just turned into a war. I looked down at my hand. A single, tiny shard of the emerald pillar was embedded in my palm. It was no longer glowing. It was just a piece of green glass, sharp and cold. I closed my fist around it until it cut the skin. I wanted to feel the pain. I wanted to remember the scream, because as long as it hurt, I knew I wasn't part of the song. The helicopter turned north, flying away from the burning needle and toward the dark, jagged peaks of the Cascades. Below us, the great harvest continued in the suburbs, the green light flickering like a dying pulse against the encroaching blackness of the night. The world was quiet now, save for the thrum of the engines, but in the back of my mind I could still hear it, a faint, distant C-sharp. The song was still playing, and I realized with a cold, hollow dread that the ranger was wrong. They didn't need us to be batteries. They didn't need us to be data. They were changing the frequency of the earth itself, and we were just the background noise they were trying to filter out. I looked at the soldier sitting across from me. His mask was off and he was staring out at the burning city. He looked tired. He looked human. "Where are we going?" I asked. He didn't look at me. He just kept staring at the fire. "To the last place that isn't humming," he said. I leaned back against the vibrating metal, the shard of glass digging into my hand, and watched the green fog swallow the world behind us. The harvest had begun, but for the first time in history, the crop was fighting back. The vibration of the helicopter was a violent, mechanical rejection of the humming stillness that had defined the last few days. It felt like being trapped inside a giant, rhythmic heartbeat of steel and kerosene. I watched the Space Needle recede, a jagged needle of bone wrapped in emerald gangrene, until the orange glow of the napalm became a mere pinprick in a sea of encroaching violet. The soldier across from me, the one who had spoken of the last quiet place, started cleaning a rifle with methodical, trembling hands. He wasn't much older than I was, but his skin had a translucent, sallow quality, as if he'd spent months underground. "The salt," I croaked, my throat feeling like it had been scrubbed with sandpaper. "The ranger said they can't handle the salt. Is that why we're heading for the coast?" The soldier finally looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, the white parts stained a permanent, dusty pink. "The coast is gone, kid. The jellyfish, they like the moisture. They're thickest over the water. We're heading for the rain shadow, the high desert, somewhere the air is too thin and too dry for their spores to take root." But the ranger said. The ranger was an optimist, the soldier interrupted, his voice flat. "Salt kills the small ones, the gardeners. It messes with their osmotic pressure, makes them pop like slugs. But it doesn't do a damn thing to the ships, and it doesn't stop the signal." He reached into a pocket of his tactical vest and pulled out a small, handheld device that looked like a modified Geiger counter. He flipped a switch, and instead of clicking, it emitted a low, steady drone. It was a C-sharp. Even up here, thousands of feet above the burning city, the frequency was present. It was thinner, more fragile, but it was there, vibrating in the very marrow of my bones. "It's the resonant frequency of the planet's ionosphere," the soldier said, staring at the needle on the dial. "They're using the ships to leapfrog the signal across the globe. They aren't just broadcasting a song, they're rewriting the carrier wave. They're turning the Earth into a giant tuning fork." I looked out the open bay door. We were crossing over the jagged, snow-capped teeth of the Cascades. Below us, the valleys were filled with the familiar glowing mist, pooling in the lowlands like radioactive milk. But up here on the granite peaks, the air was clear. The stars were visible for the first time, hard, cold points of light that felt infinitely distant and uncaring. "What happens when the tuning is finished?" I asked. The soldier didn't answer. He just clicked the device off and went back to his rifle. The flight lasted hours. I drifted in and out of a feverish sleep, haunted by visions of the emerald pillar and the screaming man falling from the tether. In my dreams, I wasn't Elias anymore. I was a single bit of data, a flickering spark of consciousness being uploaded into a vast, cold heaven made of green glass. I felt the comforting warmth of the narrative trying to pull me back in, promising me that the fire was just a dream, that the ranger was a ghost, and that I was still safe in my bed in the Skagit, listening to the rain. I woke up when the helicopter began its descent. The air had changed. It was sharp, biting, and smelled of sagebrush and dry earth. We were dropping into a canyon somewhere in the high desert of eastern Washington, a place where the basalt cliffs rose up like the walls of a fortress. Floodlights cut through the darkness, illuminating a hidden landing strip carved into the floor of the canyon. As we touched down, I saw dozens of other aircraft, civilian Cessnas, police choppers, even a few vintage prop planes parked in neat rows. This wasn't just a military outpost, it was a lifeboat. The doors hissed open and the heat of the desert hit me. It was a dry, honest heat, untainted by the cloying sweetness of the alien rot. "Move clear the pad," a voice barked. I stumbled out of the helicopter, my legs nearly giving way. Two medics in mismatched fatigues grabbed my arms and hauled me toward a series of reinforced concrete bunkers built into the side of the cliff. "Check his eyes," one of them shouted. "Any green, any luminescence." "Clear," the other replied, shining a penlight into my pupils. "He's got the gray lung from the ash, but the optic nerves haven't fused. Get him to the decon chamber." I was pushed through a series of heavy steel doors, stripped of my filthy clothes, and hosed down with a freezing, stinging solution that smelled of iodine and ammonia. They scrubbed the ash from my skin until I bled, their movements frantic and impersonal. They weren't treating me like a person, they were treating me like a contaminated object. Finally, I was given a pair of oversized gray coveralls and ushered into a large, dimly lit cavern that served as a communal barracks. Hundreds of people were there, sitting on cots or huddled on the floor. The silence was absolute. There was no talking, no crying, no whispering. Everyone was simply staring at nothing, their faces masks of exhaustion and trauma. I found a corner and slumped against the cold stone wall. My hand still throbbed where the shard of green glass had cut me. I opened my palm. The wound was jagged and red, but the shard was gone, lost somewhere in the decon shower. I felt a sudden, irrational sense of loss. That pain had been my only anchor to the reality of what had happened. "You're the one from the needle." The voice was soft, coming from a woman sitting on the cot next to mine. She was older, with gray hair cropped short and eyes that looked like they had seen the end of the world several times over. "I'm Elias," I said, my voice sounding strange in the quiet. "I'm Sarah. I was a tech at the LIGO observatory before the fog hit," she said. She held up a small, battered notebook filled with complex equations and sketches of the jellyfish ships. "We saw it coming, not the fog exactly, but the change in the background radiation. We thought it was a pulsar, a cosmic anomaly. We didn't realize it was a broadcast." "The soldier said they're rewriting the planet," I whispered. Sarah nodded, her expression grim. "The Earth has a natural pulse, the Schumann resonance. It's roughly 7.83 Hertz. It's the frequency our brains evolved to live within. The green fog, it's a high-frequency overlay. They're shifting the resonance upward, forcing our neural pathways to sync with their network. It's not just a harvest of bodies, Elias. It's a harvest of the collective subconscious." "The ranger called it a narrative," I said. "That's a poetic way of putting it. It's more like a global operating system. They're installing a new reality, one where we are no longer the dominant species, but biological components in a planetary-scale computer. The people you saw in the husks, they aren't dead. They're being used as processing units. Their dreams, their memories, their very identities are being harvested to fuel the ship's navigation and logic systems." I thought of the man falling from the tether, the way his eyes had cleared of the green glow right before he hit the ground. He hadn't just been falling to his death, he had been disconnected from the only thing making his existence bearable. Why the fire? I asked. Why did Task Force Cinder burn the city? Because the network has a weakness, Sarah said, leaning closer. It requires a stable environment to maintain the sync. Extreme heat, rapid atmospheric changes, even the high alkalinity of salt. It creates noise in the signal. If we can create enough noise, the system crashes. The ships lose their tether to the ground, and the husks, they wake up. But they wake up to die, I said, remembering the ranger's words. Better a screaming truth than a beautiful lie, she quoted, a faint, sad smile touching her lips. But there's more. The pulse you felt at the needle, that was a desperate measure. They're losing control of the Pacific Northwest sector. The noise we're making is spreading. She opened her notebook to a map of the United States. Large swaths of the coast were circled in red, the green zones, but there were patches of black in the interior, centered around military bases, mountain ranges, and deep-sea trenches. This is the resistance, she said. It's not an army, it's a network of jammers. We're building massive sonic emitters in the desert designed to broadcast a counter-frequency, a white noise that will tear the green fog apart. Will it work? In theory, but the ships aren't just sitting there, they're adapting. They're hunting the sources of the noise. That's why we're underground. That's why we're quiet. As if on cue, the floor of the cavern began to vibrate. It wasn't the rhythmic thrum of the helicopter. It was a deep, subsonic groan that seemed to come from the very earth itself. The silence in the barracks broke. People began to stand, their eyes wide with terror. They found us, someone screamed. The lights flickered and died, plunging the cavern into total darkness. Then, through the ventilation shafts, I heard it. The song. It wasn't the distant, ethereal melody I had heard in the Skagit. This was loud, distorted, and aggressive. It sounded like a choir of a million voices being played through a broken amplifier. The C-sharp was so intense it felt like it was trying to vibrate my teeth out of my skull. A green glow began to seep through the cracks in the heavy steel doors. It wasn't the soft, misty light of the fog. It was a concentrated, laser-like emerald beam. "Don't look at it," Sarah shouted, grabbing my arm. "Close your eyes, don't let the frequency sink." I squeezed my eyes shut, but the light was so bright I could see the veins in my eyelids. The song was inside me now, a rhythmic pulsing that commanded my heart to beat faster, then slower, trying to find the rhythm of the ship hovering above the canyon. The steel doors groaned. The sound of metal screeching against metal echoed through the cavern. I felt a gust of cold, sweet air, the smell of the florist's shop hit by a flamethrower. The fog was here. Sarah's voice was fading, being swallowed by the roar of the frequency. "The shard, do you still have the shard?" "No, it's gone," I yelled, my hands clawing at the stone floor. I felt a sudden, sharp pressure in the center of my forehead. It felt like a hot needle being driven into my brain. My vision, even with my eyes closed, exploded into a kaleidoscope of fractal patterns. The narrative rushed back, the smell of rain, the sound of my mother's voice, the feeling of safety. It was so tempting. It was so easy to just let go, to let the song carry me away from the pain and the fire and the fear. "No," I thought, the word a tiny, flickering spark in the darkness. "It's a lie, it's all a lie." I reached out blindly, my hand striking something hard and cold. It was the leg of a metal cot. I grabbed it, the cold steel grounding me. I bit my lip until I tasted blood, the sharp tang of copper cutting through the sweet scent of the fog. The pressure in my head intensified. The song reached a crescendo, a single sustained note that seemed to shatter the very air. Then a new sound cut through the alien music. It was a sharp, percussive crack, then another and another. Gunfire. The soldiers were firing into the fog. I heard the hiss of magnesium flares, the roar of flamethrowers. The heat began to rise in the cavern, a blessed, scorching heat that fought back the emerald cold. I opened my eyes. The cavern was filled with a swirling mix of green mist and orange fire. The gardeners were coming through the doors, not the elegant architects, but the jagged, predatory scavengers. They moved with terrifying speed, their obsidian teeth glistening in the strobe light of the muzzle flashes. One of them lunged at Sarah. I didn't think. I swung the metal cot leg with all my strength. It connected with the creature's thorax with a sickening crunch. The gardener didn't shatter. It leaked a thick, glowing fluid and hissed, its many-jointed limbs thrashing wildly. I grabbed Sarah's hand and pulled her toward the back of the cavern, where a small service tunnel led deeper into the cliff. "This way," she gasped, her face pale and streaked with soot. We scrambled into the tunnel, the sound of the battle echoing behind us. The tunnel was narrow and damp, the air smelling of old earth and diesel. We ran until our lungs burned, the green light fading behind us. Finally, we reached a small, circular chamber filled with humming machinery. In the center was a massive, brass-coiled device that looked like a cross between a Tesla coil and a radio transmitter. "The jammer," Sarah whispered, stumbling toward a control console. "It's not finished, but it's all we have." She began flipping switches, her fingers flying across the keys. The machine began to whine, a high-pitched mechanical sound that set my teeth on edge. "Elias, I need you to hold the manual override," she said, pointing to a heavy lever on the side of the coil. "If the frequency spikes, the system will try to shut down. You have to keep it engaged, no matter what." I grabbed the lever. It was vibrating with a violent, rhythmic force. Outside the tunnel, I could hear the gardeners approaching. Their clicking limbs and high-frequency screeches were getting closer. Starting the broadcast in 3, 2, 1. Sarah slammed her hand down on a final button. The machine erupted into a blinding white light. A sound like 1,000 thunderclaps exploded in the small chamber. It wasn't a song. It wasn't a frequency. It was pure, unadulterated noise. The effect was instantaneous. The green light in the tunnel turned gray. The hum in my head vanished, replaced by a blessed, empty silence. I heard a scream from the tunnel, not a human scream, but a collective, electronic shriek of agony. The gardeners weren't just dying, they were being erased. Their very forms, held together by the node's frequency, were dissolving into piles of ash. But the machine was shaking. Sparks flew from the brass coils and the smell of ozone filled the air. The lever in my hand was burning hot, the metal glowing dull red. "Hold it," Sarah yelled over the roar of the jammer. "The ship, it's trying to counterphase." I braced my feet against the floor and pulled. The heat was agony, my skin blistering against the metal, but I didn't let go. I looked up at the ceiling of the chamber, and for a second the stone seemed to become translucent. I saw the ship. It was hovering directly above the canyon, a massive, glowing jellyfish of light, but it wasn't elegant anymore. It was convulsing. Its tentacles were lashing out in random directions, and its central bell was flickering like a dying light bulb. The noise we were making was a spear driven into its heart. The ship began to tilt. A massive, silent explosion of white light rippled across its surface. Then, with a sound like a mountain collapsing, it began to fall. The impact shook the entire cliff. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling. The jammer let out a final, dying whine and went dark. Silence returned to the chamber, a true silence. I slumped to the floor, my hands raw and bleeding. Sarah crawled over to me, her face illuminated by the dying sparks of the machine. "We did it," she whispered. "We crashed the sector." I looked toward the tunnel. The green glow was gone. The air was clear. We walked out of the tunnel and back into the main cavern. The battle was over. The gardeners were gone, replaced by drifts of gray ash. The survivors were standing in the darkness, their faces illuminated by the flickering orange light of a few remaining fires. They weren't staring at nothing anymore. They were looking at each other. They were talking. They were crying. They were human again. I walked out of the bunker and into the desert night. The sky was clear. The bruised, purple clouds had been blown away by the force of the ship's collapse. In the distance, I saw the wreckage of the jellyfish ship. It lay across the floor of the canyon like a dead god, its translucent skin dull and gray. It was no longer a thing of wonder or terror. It was just trash. I looked toward the west, toward the mountains. The green glow of the other nodes was still visible on the horizon, a faint emerald pulse against the dark. The harvest wasn't over, not by a long shot, but as I stood there in the cold desert air, listening to the wind howl through the sagebrush, I realized something. The song was still playing, but for the first time I couldn't hear the melody. All I could hear was the noise, and the noise was beautiful. The silence that followed the crash of the ship was not the heavy, suffocating silence of the fog. It was the ringing, hollow quiet that follows a massive explosion, a physical pressure against the eardrums that slowly bled away into the natural sounds of the desert night. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, I heard the wind. It didn't whistle with a mathematical precision. It just buffeted the basalt cliffs, carrying the scent of parched earth and the bitter tang of scorched sagebrush. Sarah stood beside me, her silhouette sharp against the dying orange embers of the bunker's perimeter fires. She was shaking, a fine, rhythmic tremor that had nothing to do with the alien frequency and everything to do with the sudden rush of adrenaline leaving her system. She looked down at her hands, then at the wreckage in the canyon. "It's localized," she whispered, her voice cracking. "The jammer, it only cleared a radius of about 20 miles. The atmospheric resonance will try to heal the gap, like water rushing back into a hole." "How long do we have?" I asked. My throat felt like it had been scrubbed with sandpaper. "Hours, maybe a day if the wind keeps up. The ships in the other sectors will sense the dark spot. They'll send more gardeners to re-establish the tether." She turned to look at the survivors stumbling out of the concrete maw of the bunker. They looked like ghosts, pale, soot-stained, and blinking at the stars as if they were seeing them for the very first time. "We can't stay here. This place is a beacon now. A man in a charred flight suit, his face a map of fresh burns, approached us. He was carrying a radio that hissed with static, pure, beautiful, white noise static. No melody, no pulsing rhythm. "The perimeter is clear," he said, nodding toward the canyon floor where the massive jellyfish ship lay like a deflated lung. But Sarah's right. We picked up a spike from the Yakima node just before the crash. They know we're here. We're evacuating to the deep sites in the coulees. We have transport fueled and ready. "What about the others?" I asked, gesturing to the hundreds of people huddled on the landing strip. "We take who we can, the rest." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. In this new world, the rest was a category that grew larger by the hour. We moved with a frantic, mechanical efficiency. There was no time for grief, no time to process the fact that the world we knew had been overwritten like a cheap cassette tape. I helped load crates of medical supplies into the back of an old school bus that had been painted matte black. My hands, raw and blistered from the jammer's lever, throbbed with every movement, but the pain was a grounding wire. It reminded me that I was still made of flesh and bone, not data. As we worked, I watched the sky. To the west, beyond the jagged silhouettes of the Cascades, the horizon was still pulsing with that sickly emerald light. It looked like a permanent aurora borealis, a crown of thorns wrapped around the brow of the world. Every few minutes, a streak of green fire would arc across the ionosphere, another leapfrog signal, another bit of the narrative being broadcast to the far corners of the earth. "They're accelerating," Sarah said, joining me by the bus. She had her notebook tucked under her arm, the pages fluttering in the dry breeze. "They've realized the biological interface is unstable. They aren't waiting for the acclimation period anymore. They're forcing the sink." "What happens when the sink is 100%? I asked. She looked up at the stars, her eyes reflecting the distant green glow. "Then the Earth becomes a closed loop. The information doesn't just flow from them to us, it flows back. We become a mirror, a planetary-scale reflection of whatever intelligence is behind those ships. The human narrative, our history, our wars, our art, our messy, illogical love, it all gets erased and replaced by their logic. We won't even know we're gone, Elias. We'll be happy. We'll be part of the song." The thought sent a shudder through me that was colder than the desert night. I thought of the ranger, burning himself alive just to feel something real. I thought of the man on the tether, choosing the rocks over the dream. "I'd rather be a ghost," I muttered. "We all might be soon enough," she replied. The convoy began to move just before dawn. We were a ragtag fleet of vehicles, the black bus, a few Humvees, and a dozen civilian trucks, all driving without headlights. We navigated by the faint starlight and the terrifyingly bright glow of the crashed ship behind us. The wreckage was still outgassing, a pale green vapor rising from its wounds, but it was thin and dissipated quickly in the dry air. I sat by a window in the bus, watching the basalt columns of the coulee pass by like the ribs of some ancient, buried beast. Beside me, a young girl no older than 10 was clutching a stuffed rabbit. Her eyes were fixed on the floor. She wasn't glowing, but she was humming, a low, discordant tune that didn't quite match the C-sharp of the fog. It was a human tune, a lullaby. "Where are we going?" I asked Sarah, who was sitting across the aisle, frantically scribbling calculations. "A place the fog can't easily reach," she said without looking up. "The Grand Coulee Dam, or rather, the tunnels beneath it. The sheer mass of the concrete and the flowing water creates a natural dampening field, and we have a secondary jammer there, a bigger one. The soldier back in the city, he called his group Task Force Cinder," I said. "He said they were cleaning the signal." Sarah's pen stopped. She looked at me, her expression unreadable. Cinder isn't with us, Elias. Not exactly. We're the resonance. We want to break the signal and wake people up. Cinder, they just want to stop the broadcast. They don't care if the radio survives the process. They're the ones who burned Seattle. They believe the only way to save the species is to destroy the host. If the fog needs living brains to process its data, Cinder wants to make sure there are no living brains left for them to use. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The fire wasn't a rescue mission. It was a scorched earth policy. The ranger hadn't been a hero. He had been a janitor, sweeping the biological components into the furnace before they could be used by the enemy. So we're caught between a beautiful lie and a fiery death, I said. That's the choice, Sarah said grimly, but there's a third option. If we can broadcast the counter-frequency at a high enough power, we can create a reversion. We can force the ship's internal systems to feedback. We don't just crash the sector, we blow the fuse for the whole network. Is that possible? In theory, but it requires a massive power source, something like the generators at the dam, and it requires someone to be at the center of the broadcast, a human anchor. The bus hit a pothole, jarring us both. Outside, the sky was beginning to turn a bruised, sickly gray. The sun was rising, but its light was filtered through the high-altitude haze of the green fog that still blanketed the rest of the world. Here, in the rain shadow of the mountains, the air was still relatively clear, but I could see the wall of emerald mist hovering on the horizon to the north, waiting for the wind to shift. As we crested a ridge, the Grand Coulee Dam came into view. It was a colossal wall of gray stone and concrete, a monument to a civilization that had once thought it could master the earth. Now it looked like a tombstone. Massive plumes of white water were thundering over the spillways, the sound a low, constant roar that vibrated in my chest. But as we got closer, I saw that something was wrong. The air above the dam was shimmering. It wasn't the green fog, it was something else, a distortion in the light, like heat rising from a highway. And there, perched atop the massive concrete lip of the dam, was a ship. It wasn't like the jellyfish ships. It was smaller, sleeker, and shaped like a jagged shard of obsidian. It didn't float. It seemed to be anchored to the dam by dozens of thin, pulsing cables that looked like umbilical cords. "They're already there," the man in the flight suit shouted from the front of the bus. "They're tapping the grid." "They aren't just tapping it," Sarah whispered, her face going pale. "They're using the dam as a resonator. They're going to use the hydroelectric power to boost the signal. They're turning the whole Columbia River basin into a giant antenna." The convoy ground to a halt. We were still a mile away, perched on the edge of the canyon. Below us, the town of Coulee Dam was silent, the houses looking like toy blocks scattered in the shadow of the Great Wall. There was no green mist in the streets, but I could see figures moving, slow, jerky movements that I recognized all too well. The gardeners were busy. "We have to go down there," I said. It wasn't bravery. It was a cold, hard necessity. If the dam fell, if the signal was boosted, there would be nowhere left to hide. The noise we had made in the canyon would be drowned out by a roar of emerald light that would reach every corner of the planet. "We can't take the convoy," Sarah said, her mind already working through the tactical nightmare. "The obsidian ships have proximity sensors. They'll see us coming from miles away. We have to go in on foot, through the diversion tunnels." We scrambled out of the bus. The air here was vibrating with a new frequency, not the C-sharp, but a deep, guttural thrum that felt like it was trying to shake my bones apart. It was the sound of the dam being forced to vibrate at an alien rhythm. The flight suit man, whose name I learned was Miller, gathered a group of about 20 volunteers. Most were former military or tech workers, but there were a few like me, people who had simply survived long enough to realize that there was no other choice. We were armed with a motley assortment of weapons: assault rifles, shotguns, and several noisemakers, portable versions of the jammer Sarah had used in the bunker. "Listen up," Miller barked, his voice barely audible over the roar of the water and the thrum of the ship. "The goal is the West Powerhouse. We have to sever the tethers and override the main turbines. If we can't take the dam back, we blow the generators. We don't let them have the power." "And the white noise?" I asked, looking at Sarah. "The emitter is in the lower gallery," she said. "If I can get to the control room, I can sync it to the turbines. But someone has to be in the gallery to prime the coils. It's a suicide mission, Elias. The feedback will be intense." "I'll do it," I said. The words came out before I could think about them. I thought of the ranger's eyes, the way they had burned with a terrible, honest clarity. I thought of the man on the tether. I was tired of the narrative. I was tired of the beautiful lie. Sarah looked at me for a long moment. She didn't try to talk me out of it. She just reached into her bag and pulled out a small, metallic object. It was a tuning fork. "If you lose your way," she said, pressing it into my hand, "if the song starts to sound like home, strike this against the stone. It's tuned to a perfect discordant flat. It'll break the sync. It'll hurt, but it'll keep you real." I took the fork. It felt heavy and cold. "Let's go." We descended into the canyon, moving like shadows through the sagebrush. The descent was treacherous, the ground crumbling under our feet, but the roar of the dam muffled our movements. As we reached the base of the cliffs, the sheer scale of the structure became overwhelming. The concrete wall loomed hundreds of feet above us, a gray sky of man-made stone. We found the entrance to the diversion tunnels, a massive, rusted iron grate partially hidden by a spillway. Miller and another soldier used a thermite charge to melt the lock, the sparks hissing as they hit the damp ground. The air inside the tunnel was freezing and smelled of ancient silt and wet iron. We moved in single file, our flashlights cutting through the gloom. The thrum of the obsidian ship was louder here, echoing through the concrete like the heartbeat of a monster. As we moved deeper, I started to see the growth. It wasn't the green moss of the Skagit. This was different. It looked like crystalline veins of emerald glass growing out of the cracks in the concrete and winding around the pipes and wires. It was pulsing in time with the thrum, a rhythmic biological circuitry that was slowly consuming the dam from the inside out. "They're integrating," Sarah whispered, touching a vein of glass. It flickered at her touch, a ripple of light spreading down the tunnel. The dam isn't just a power source anymore, it's becoming part of them. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the darkness ahead, a rhythmic clack, clack, clack. "Contact," Miller hissed. The flashlight swung forward, illuminating a nightmare. It wasn't a gardener, it was something new, a welder. It was smaller, more compact, with a torso made of fused human ribcages and limbs that ended in white-hot cauterizing tools. Its head was a cluster of green sensors that swiveled toward us with mechanical precision. It didn't scream, it didn't warn us, it simply lunged. The tunnel erupted into chaos. Gunfire roared, the muzzle flashes reflecting off the crystalline veins on the walls. The welder was fast, dodging the bullets with an unnatural, twitchy grace. It slammed into one of the volunteers, its cauterizing limbs shearing through his chest with a sickening hiss of burning flesh. "Down, get down," Miller yelled, opening fire with his shotgun. The blast caught the welder in its sensor cluster, shattering the green glass. The creature stumbled, its limbs flailing, and Sarah stepped forward, slamming a portable noisemaker against the wall. She twisted the dial, and a burst of high-frequency static filled the tunnel. The welder collapsed, its body vibrating so violently that the fused bones began to crack. It dissolved into a puddle of gray sludge and emerald shards within seconds. "Keep moving," Miller shouted. "There'll be more." We ran through the tunnels, the air growing hotter and more humid as we approached the powerhouse. The crystalline growth was thicker here, covering the walls in a jagged, glowing carpet. I could feel the frequency pressing against my skull, a rhythmic pounding that seemed to be trying to rewrite my heartbeat. "Rain," a voice whispered in the back of my mind. The smell of wet cedar, the sound of the river. "You're safe, Elias, you're back in the woods, just close your eyes." I stumbled, my vision blurring. The tunnel walls seemed to melt away, replaced by the towering Douglas firs of my home. I could smell the damp earth, feel the cool mist on my face. It was so real. It was so beautiful. "Strike the stone." I reached into my pocket and pulled out the tuning fork. With a shaking hand, I slammed it against the concrete wall of the tunnel. Ping! The sound was a silver needle of agony. It pierced through the dream, shattering the forest and the rain. The tunnel rushed back, the heat, the smell of ozone, the terrifying green glow. My head throbbed with a fresh, sharp pain, but I was back. I was real. "Elias, we're there." Sarah's voice pulled me forward. We burst out of the tunnel and into the massive cavern of the West Powerhouse. It was a space of cathedral-like proportions, filled with the towering cylindrical housings of the generators. But the generators were no longer gray and industrial. They were encased in a lattice of emerald glass, pulsing with a blinding, rhythmic light. High above, the tethers from the obsidian ship descended through the siling, thick, translucent cables that were plugged directly into the generator heads. The air was thick with the green fog, but here it was concentrated, a swirling vortex of emerald energy that seemed to be feeding the ship above. And in the center of the room, standing on the observation gallery, were the architects. There were 3 of them. They stood 7 feet tall, their bodies slender and draped in iridescent, shifting robes that looked like they were woven from liquid light. Their faces were smooth, featureless masks of polished obsidian, save for a single glowing emerald eye in the center of their foreheads. They weren't fighting, they were conducting. Their long, multi-jointed fingers moved through the air in complex patterns, and the song responded. The generators hummed, the tethers pulsed, and the very air seemed to vibrate with a terrible, beautiful harmony. "Miller, take the tethers," Sarah yelled. "Elias, the lower gallery, go." I didn't wait to see if the bullets would work against the architects. I turned and ran toward the steel stairs that led down into the bowels of the powerhouse, the tuning fork clutched in my hand like a talisman. Behind me, the world exploded into fire and light, but I didn't look back. I had a different song to play. The descent into the lower gallery felt like crawling down the throat of a living machine. The air was no longer gas. It was a pressurized soup of static and recycled breath that tasted of ozone and copper. Every step down the circular iron stairs sent a vibration through my boots that didn't stop at my skin. It traveled up my shins, settling into the marrow of my bones. The green light here wasn't a mist anymore. It had condensed into a thick, gelatinous slime that coated the handrails and dripped from the overhead conduits, glowing with a rhythmic, bioluminescent throb. I reached the bottom deck, a cavernous space dominated by the massive spinning shafts of the turbines. Usually these would be a blur of gray steel, but the invaders had transformed them. The shafts were encased in translucent amber-like shells, and inside the shells I could see things moving. They looked like oversized neural pathways, thick bundles of silver fiber that pulsed in sync with the emerald eye of the architects above. "The secondary jammer," I whispered, my voice sounding flat and alien in the pressurized air. I found it bolted to a maintenance platform near the center of the gallery. It was a crude, boxy device looking like a cross between a shortwave radio and a car battery, bristling with copper coils that Sarah had hand-wound in the frantic hours before we left the bunker. It was the white noise generator, a localized tear in the alien tapestry. I knelt beside it, my fingers fumbling with the heavy toggle switches. My vision began to swim. The hum of the turbines was changing, shifting from a mechanical roar into a deep, melodic chant. It sounded like a choir of 1,000 voices, all singing a single, perfect note that promised an end to fear, an end to the ache in my hands, an end to the memory of the ranger's burning eyes. "Elias," the choir sang, "why struggle against the tide? The ocean is warm, the ocean is home." I felt my grip on the jammer loosen. My head drifted back, my eyes tracking the beautiful, swirling patterns of green slime on the ceiling. They looked like constellations. They looked like the map of a life I hadn't lived yet, a life where Sarah and I were walking through a field of wheat that never ended, under a sun that never set. Clang! I didn't even realize I'd done it. My hand had instinctively struck the tuning fork against the steel deck. The sound was a jagged shard of glass thrown into a silk curtain. It ripped through the choir, leaving nothing but the cold, harsh reality of the damp gallery and the smell of my own sweat. The pain in my head was blinding, a localized migraine that felt like a spike driven into my temple, but I welcomed it. It was mine. It was human. I flipped the first 3 switches. The jammer groaned, its internal fans spinning up with a high-pitched whine that set my teeth on edge. A small LED screen flickered to life, sync pending. "Come on, Sarah," I muttered, looking up at the ceiling. "Do your part." Above me, the powerhouse erupted. I could hear the muffled thud of grenades and the frantic, rhythmic chatter of Miller's squad opening fire. There was a different sound, too, a high-pitched, melodic shriek that sounded like a violin string snapping. One of the architects, perhaps. Suddenly, the green veins on the turbine shafts began to flare. The emerald light turned a violent, angry purple. The floor beneath me bucked as the turbines began to fight their own governors. The architects were pushing the grid, forcing the massive magnets to spin beyond their structural limits to provide the surge needed for the planetary broadcast. The LED on my jammer turned yellow. Link established. I grabbed the heavy copper leads and began clamping them onto the primary bus bars of the generator housing. Blue sparks showered my arms, burning tiny holes in my sleeves, but I didn't feel them. I was watching the green fog react. The mist in the gallery began to retreat from the jammer, coiling like a snake that had been poked with a hot iron. It didn't like the dissonance. It didn't like the noise. "Elias, can you hear me?" Sarah's voice came through the radio clipped to my shoulder, distorted by 1,000 layers of interference. "I'm at the jammer," I shouted into the mic. "The coils are primed. What now?" "The architects are shielding the main bus," she screamed over the sound of gunfire. "I can't override the frequency from here. You have to manually bridge the capacitor bank. You have to become the ground, Elias." I looked at the jammer, then at the massive, humming capacitor banks 10 feet away. There was a manual override lever, a heavy iron bar that had been fused shut by the crystalline growth. To bridge it, I'd have to stand in the center of the discharge path. "If I bridge it, what happens to the signal?" I asked. "It loops." Sarah's voice was breaking up. "The white noise will feed back into the ship's umbilical. It won't just stop the broadcast, it'll shatter the interface. But the feedback, it'll be a localized EMP. Anything biological in the circuit it'll be overwritten by the noise." I understood I wouldn't be killed by the electricity, I would be killed by the silence. My brain, the biological component, would be the fuse that blew. "Do it, Sarah," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "Start the sequence." "Elias, wait." "Do it, they're coming down the stairs." I could see them now, not the architects, but the gardeners. A dozen of them were spilling over the railing of the upper deck, their movements no longer jerky but fluid and predatory. They weren't tending the growth anymore, they were defending the hive. Their eyes glowed with a frantic, pulsing emerald light. I lunged for the capacitor lever. The crystalline growth was hot to the touch, stinging my palms with 1,000 tiny needles of energy. I braced my feet against the vibrating deck and pulled. The iron didn't budge. The green glass had reinforced the metal, turning the lever into a part of the dam's new skeleton. A gardener landed on the deck 20 feet away. It was a woman in a torn floral dress, her skin translucent, her veins glowing like fiber optic cables. She didn't look at me with malice. She looked at me with a terrifying, vacant pity. She raised a hand, and the green mist around her coalesced into a jagged spike of solidified light. I struck the tuning fork one last time, not against the wall, but against the crystalline growth covering the lever. Ping! The vibration of the fork hit the alien glass at its resonant frequency. A spiderweb of cracks raced across the lever. I screamed, putting every ounce of my weight into the pull. The glass shattered, the lever slammed home. For a heartbeat, there was absolute silence. The roar of the water, the gunfire, the choir, it all vanished. Then the world turned white. A pillar of pure, discordant static erupted from the jammer. It wasn't light and it wasn't sound. It was the absence of both. It was the white noise Sarah had promised, a chaotic torrent of non-information that tore through the emerald lattice like a chainsaw through a spider web. I felt the feedback hit me. It wasn't painful, it was a great, cold emptying. My memories, the smell of my father's old truck, the taste of a cold beer on a hot July afternoon, the way Sarah looked when she was angry, they all began to vibrate, shaking loose from the hooks of my consciousness. I felt myself becoming a hollow vessel, a conduit for the static. I saw the gardener in the floral dress. The green spike in her hand evaporated. Her eyes cleared for a fractional second, the emerald glow replaced by a sudden, sharp terror. She looked at her hands, looked at me, and then her entire body began to shimmer and dissolve into gray ash as the signal that held her together was canceled out. The obsidian ship above us must have felt it. The entire powerhouse groaned as the tethers began to vibrate with the counter frequency. The emerald glass on the turbines shattered, raining down in a million sharp fragments. The song was being replaced by a scream. I was falling, or maybe the world was rising, I couldn't tell. The static was inside my eyes now, a blizzard of black and white dots that obscured the gallery. Stay real, I thought, but I didn't know what real meant anymore. I felt a hand grab my collar. It was heavy, solid. Got you, a voice grunted. Miller. I felt myself being dragged across the deck, the static howling in my ears. The powerhouse was shaking itself to pieces. Above us, the obsidian ship was venting a thick black smoke that smelled of burnt hair and scorched earth. The white noise was working. The loop was closed. The ship's tethers began to snap, whipping through the air like decapitated snakes. One of them lashed across the gallery, tearing a hole in the concrete wall, and the sound of the Columbia River, the real, raw, unnarrated river, came rushing in. I was thrown into the back of a vehicle. I felt the jolt of an engine turning over, the smell of diesel, human diesel, filling my lungs. "Is he still in there?" someone asked. It sounded like Sarah, but she was 1,000 miles away, shouting from the bottom of a well. "He's staring at nothing," Miller said, "but he's breathing." I wanted to tell them I was fine. I wanted to tell them that the silence was actually quite peaceful, but the words wouldn't form. My mind felt like a radio dial being spun rapidly between stations, catching snippets of 100 different lives, none of them mine. As the convoy roared out of the diversion tunnels and back into the gray light of the morning, I looked out the rear window. The Grand Coulee Dam was no longer glowing. The emerald veins had turned to dull, gray ash, falling away from the concrete like dead skin. The obsidian ship was a jagged wreck slumped over the spillway, its lights dark, its tethers trailing in the water like weed. But as I looked toward the horizon, I saw that the white noise hadn't reached the sky. The emerald aurora was still there, pulsing with a new, frantic energy. The leapfrog signals were accelerating. The ship at the dam had been a node, a single transmitter in a global network, and while we had silenced it, the rest of the world was still singing. The green fog began to roll in from the north. A massive, silent wall of emerald light that swallowed the hills and the trees and the sky. I reached into my pocket and felt the tuning fork. It was cracked, its silver surface dull and pitted. I clutched it anyway. It was the only thing I had left that wasn't part of the song. The convoy sped south into the heart of the desert, fleeing the rising tide of the green light. We were a handful of ghosts in a world that was being rewritten, driving toward a future that had no place for us. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in my life, I listened to the silence. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard. But then, deep in the base of my skull, a single note began to play. Z sharp. It was faint, barely a whisper, but it was there. The feedback hadn't just broken the signal, it had left the door open. I didn't tell Sarah, I didn't tell Miller. I just sat in the dark of the bus, clutching my broken fork, and waited for the fog to find us again. The sync wasn't over, it was just getting started, and this time it knew my name. The rumble of the truck's tires against the cracked asphalt of Highway 155 was the only thing keeping me anchored to the physical world. Every jolt that rattled my teeth served as a reminder that I still had a body, though it felt increasingly like a borrowed suit of clothes that didn't quite fit. Beside me, Miller was hunched over the steering wheel, his knuckles white, his face a mask of soot and dried blood. In the rearview mirror, I could see Sarah. She was staring at a handheld monitor, her fingers flying across a cracked screen, her brow furrowed in a way that suggested she was losing a fight she hadn't fully understood yet. "The resonance is spreading," she whispered, though in the cramped cabin of the transport it sounded like a shout. "Elias, that burst you triggered. It didn't just short out the Cooley node. It sent a ripple through the entire Pacific Northwest grid. I'm picking up secondary spikes in Spokane, Seattle, even down toward Portland." I tried to speak, but my tongue felt like a piece of dry leather. I swallowed hard, the taste of ozone still coating the back of my throat. Did we stop it? Sarah looked up, and for the first time since the fog rolled in, I saw real, unadulterated dread in her eyes. We didn't stop it. We poked a hornet's nest with a lightning bolt. The architects, they aren't just using the dams for power anymore. They're using the feedback. They're adapting to the white noise. "Adapt or die," Miller grunted, swinging the truck around a jackknifed semi-trailer that had been abandoned in the middle of the road. The trailer was covered in that creeping green lichen, the metal beneath it pitted and dissolving. "That's the rule, right? Wells, we're still breathing. That's a win in my book." "It's not a win if the atmosphere is being rewritten to exclude us, Miller," Sarah snapped. She turned the monitor toward me. The screen showed a topographical map of the basin, but it was overlaid with pulsing veins of emerald light. "Look at the frequency shift. When Elias hit that lever, the harmonic moved from the physical spectrum into the neurological. It's not just a sound anymore. It's a carrier wave for a genetic blueprint." I looked at my hands. Under the flickering dome light of the truck, my veins looked darker than they should have been. There was a faint, rhythmic shimmer beneath the skin of my wrists, a pulse that didn't match the frantic thudding of my heart. "Z sharp." The note was louder now. It wasn't coming from the air. It was coming from the base of my brain, right where the spinal cord meets the skull. It was a vibration that felt like a cold needle being threaded through my thoughts. "We need to get to the high desert array," Sarah said, her voice dropping into that clinical tone she used when she was trying to outrun her own panic. "If the Cooley node is down, the architects will try to bridge the gap using the atmospheric ions. But if we can get to the radio telescopes at the VLA outpost, we might be able to broadcast the inversion signal on a wide enough band to crack the sky." "The sky?" Miller laughed, a harsh, jagged sound. "You want to fix the sky now? Lady, I'm just trying to get us to the next refueling station without turning into a goddamn houseplant." "If we don't fix the sky, there won't be a next station," she retorted. "The fog is thickening. The oxygen saturation is dropping as the growth replaces the nitrogen. We have maybe 6 hours before the air becomes unbreathable for anything that hasn't been synced." I leaned my head against the cool glass of the window. Outside, the world was dissolving. The sagebrush of the high desert was no longer gray-green and dusty. It had swollen into translucent, bulbous shapes that swayed in a wind I couldn't feel. The stars were gone, replaced by the shimmering, undulating curtains of the emerald aurora. It looked like the world was being viewed through the bottom of a wine bottle, distorted, beautiful, and utterly wrong. "The river," the voice whispered. It wasn't the voice from the tunnel. This one was deeper, more resonant. It sounded like the grinding of tectonic plates. "The river does not fight the canyon, it carves it. Join the flow, Elias. The stone is tired of being stone." I gripped the tuning fork in my pocket until the jagged, cracked edges drew blood from my palm. The sharp sting of pain was a lifeline. I focused on it, using the sensation to build a wall around that whispering C-sharp. "Miller, stop," I rasped. "What? No way, kid, we're making time." "Stop the truck," I yelled, the force of it tearing at my throat. Miller slammed on the brakes, sending the heavy vehicle skidding across the grit. Sarah yelped as her equipment tumbled to the floor. Before they could protest, I threw the door open and tumbled out into the night. The air hit me like a physical weight. It was thick, sweet, and smelled of crushed lilies and burning plastic. I stumbled toward the edge of the highway, my boots crunching on something that sounded like breaking glass. The ground wasn't dirt anymore. It was a carpet of crystalline filaments, billions of tiny green hairs reaching up toward the aurora. I fell to my knees, retching. My stomach felt like it was full of hot lead. I looked down at the blood on my palm from where the tuning fork had cut me. The blood wasn't red. It was a deep, shimmering violet, shot through with threads of glowing emerald. Sarah was at my side, her hand on my shoulder. She saw my palm and recoiled, her breath catching in a hitch of horror. "Oh God," the feedback, "it didn't just pass through you." "I'm the fuse, Sarah," I whispered, staring at my changing blood. "You said it. I became the ground. But the ground doesn't just stay the same after the lightning hits it." I looked up at her and I could see the terror in her eyes, not of the fog, but of me. I could feel the frequency radiating off my own skin, a low-level hum that made the crystalline grass around my knees pulse in time with my breathing. "We have to keep going," I said, pushing myself up. My limbs felt heavy, yet strangely efficient. The ache in my joints was gone, replaced by a terrifying synthetic fluidity. The telescopes. If I'm the carrier wave, then I'm the one who has to broadcast the inversion. I'm the only thing the system will recognize now. Miller stood by the truck, his shotgun held loosely at his side. He looked at me, then at the glowing horizon, then back at me. He didn't say anything about my blood. He didn't ask if I was okay. He just nodded once, a grim acknowledgement of a soldier recognizing a walking bomb. "Get in," he said. "The fog is moving faster." We drove in silence for the next hour. The geography of the desert was becoming unrecognizable. Massive spires of obsidian-like rock had erupted from the sand, reaching toward the sky like frozen lightning. These weren't natural formations, they were antennas, pulsing with the same rhythmic light as the ship at the dam. Every time we passed one, the C-sharp in my head spiked, a physical pressure that felt like it was trying to push my eyes out of their sockets. Sarah worked feverishly, bypass wiring her laptop into the truck's CB radio, trying to find a clear frequency. All she got was the song, a layered, polyphonic chant that seemed to be describing the mathematics of a new universe. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" I asked. The words were out of my mouth before I realized I was thinking them. Sarah looked at me, her face pale. "It's a funeral dirge for the human race, Elias." "No," I said, my voice sounding hollow even to me. "It's a rehearsal. They aren't killing us. They're retuning us, like an orchestra that's been playing out of key for 10,000 years. "Listen to yourself," she hissed, grabbing my arm. "That's not you talking. That's the infection. That's the green fog using your vocal cords." I looked at her hand on my arm. Her skin looked so fragile, so dull and opaque. I felt a sudden, overwhelming surge of pity for her. She was still trapped in the old world, a world of friction and decay and heat loss. She couldn't hear the harmony. She couldn't feel the way the atoms in the air were beginning to align, turning the chaotic mess of the atmosphere into a single, perfect crystal. "We're here," Miller announced, his voice snapping the tension. Ahead of us, rising out of the alkali flats like the skeletons of prehistoric giants, were the white dishes of the radio telescope array. In the normal world, they were silent sentinels listening for the faint whispers of distant stars. Now they were draped in the glowing green moss, their massive steel structures humming with a subaudible frequency that made the very air shimmer. At the center of the array stood the control hub, a squat, concrete bunker that looked like it had been chewed on by a giant. One side of the building had collapsed, and thick, translucent cables, similar to the ones at the dam, snaked out of the rubble, curling around the base of the nearest telescope. "The architects are already here," Sarah whispered, checking her sidearm. "They're everywhere," I said. I could feel them. It wasn't sight or sound, it was a spatial awareness, a sense of three distinct, high-density nodes of consciousness moving within the facility. They felt like heat signatures on a cold night. We climbed out of the truck. The silence here was absolute, broken only by the crystalline crunch of our footsteps. The green fog was so thick now that we couldn't see more than 20 feet in any direction. It was a world of emerald shadows. "Miller, you take the perimeter," Sarah commanded, her voice regained its edge. "Elia's with me. We need to get to the main terminal and patch the jammer into the dish array. If we can slew the dishes to point at the primary ship, we can shatter the broadcast." We moved toward the bunker. As we neared the entrance, a figure stepped out of the fog. It wasn't an architect, it was a man. He was wearing the tattered remains of a lab coat, but his skin had been completely replaced by the emerald glass. He didn't have a face, just a smooth, glowing surface where his features had been. He was holding a piece of equipment, a calibrator, but he wasn't using it. He was just standing there, vibrating. Miller raised his shotgun, but I put a hand on his barrel. "He's not a threat," I said. "He's just a repeater." The glass man turned toward us. A sound came from him, but not from a mouth. It was a series of rapid-fire clicks like a high-speed telegraph. "Sector 7, alignment confirmed. The harvest begins at dawn." "He's still processing data," Sarah whispered, her eyes wide. "He's part of the hardware now." We bypassed the glass man and entered the bunker. The interior was a nightmare of biological and mechanical fusion. Computers were encased in pulsing, organic membranes. The floor was a carpet of squelching, bioluminescent moss that felt like walking on raw meat. In the center of the room, the main terminal was still functioning, its monitors flickering with a dizzying array of alien glyphs. Standing over it was one of the architects. It was taller than the ones at the dam, its robes a shifting kaleidoscope of deep violets and oily blacks. It didn't turn when we entered. It didn't need to. Its single emerald eye was projected onto the main screen, a holographic orb that seemed to be scanning the very structure of the planet. "Get to the secondary terminal," Sarah whispered to me, gesturing toward a station 10 feet away. "I'll distract it." "Sarah, no," I started, but she was already moving. She didn't use a gun. She pulled out a small, handheld device, a modified version of the noisemaker she'd used in the tunnels, and slammed it onto a metal desk. The burst of static was deafening. The architect shrieked, a sound that was less of a cry and more of a structural failure. It spun around, its long, spindly fingers twitching in the air, trying to weave a counter-frequency. Now, Elias, do it. I scrambled to the secondary terminal. My hands moved with a terrifying autonomy. I didn't need to read the glyphs, I could feel the logic of them. It was a language of ratios and resonances, a grammar of pure energy. I began to input the inversion sequence Sarah had designed, but as I typed, I realized her math was wrong. She was trying to break the signal with force. You don't break a wave, you phase shift it. I began to rewrite the code. My fingers were a blur, the violet-green blood in my veins pulsing with a frantic, joyous heat. I wasn't just typing, I was composing. I was taking the white noise and folding it into the architect's own song, creating a mathematical paradox that would cause the entire network to collapse under its own weight. C-sharp, D-flat, the interval of the devil. The architect sensed it. It ignored Sarah, its featureless obsidian face turning toward me. It glided across the room, its robes hissing against the moss. It raised a hand, and I felt a wave of crushing pressure slam into my chest. It wasn't trying to kill me, it was trying to read me. It was confused. It found its own signature inside my DNA. Elias Miller's shotgun roared. The blast caught the architect in the shoulder, tearing through the iridescent fabric and spraying a fountain of silver liquid across the walls. The creature didn't fall, it simply absorbed the momentum, its body rippling like a reflection in a pond. It turned its gaze toward Miller, and I saw the air around the sergeant begin to crystallize. No, I screamed. I didn't think. I reached out and grabbed the architect's arm. The contact was like plugging my soul into a sun. 1 billion years of history, 1,000 conquered worlds, and the cold, unfeeling hunger of a species that had forgotten what it was like to be finite, it all rushed into me. I saw the great fog not as an invasion, but as a gardener's tool. They were terraforming the galaxy, one discordant planet at a time. They were the cleaners. They were the silence at the end of the song. But I was the white noise. I channeled everything, the pain of the ranger's death, the smell of the Douglas firs, the taste of Sarah's fear, and the jagged, broken frequency of my own failing heart, and I shoved it into the architect. The creature stiffened, the emerald eye in its forehead flickered, turned red, and then shattered. The architect didn't dissolve like the gardeners. It imploded. It folded in on itself, a collapsing star of violet light, until there was nothing left but a scorched circle on the floor and a lingering scent of burnt sugar. I fell back, my chest heaving. The terminal behind me was screaming, the inversion sequence I'd written now broadcasting through the telescope array. Outside, the world began to howl. The emerald aurora didn't just fade, it tore. Jagged rifts of blackness appeared in the sky as the carrier wave was neutralized. The growth on the telescopes began to liquefy, turning into a foul-smelling sludge that ran down the white dishes like tears. You did it, Sarah gasped, stumbling over to me. She looked at the screen, at the complex, impossible code I'd written. Elias, how did you know how to map those tensors? I looked at her, and for a second I couldn't remember her name. I knew the chemical composition of her breath, I knew the frequency of her nervous system, but the word Sarah felt like a pebble in a vast ocean. I didn't know, I said, my voice sounding like two stones rubbing together. I just remembered. We have to go, Miller said, grabbing my shoulder. The whole place is coming down. The bunker was shaking. The feedback loop I'd created was feeding back into the local power grid, and the transformers outside were beginning to explode in showers of blue sparks. We ran for the truck. As we burst out of the bunker, I looked up. The green fog was retreating, pulled back toward the horizon by some invisible tide. The stars were visible again, cold, distant, and beautifully silent. But as the fog cleared, I saw what it had left behind. The desert was gone. In its place was a landscape of jagged glass and pulsing alien flora that looked like it belonged on the bottom of a deep-sea trench. The world hadn't been saved. It had been scarred. We scrambled into the truck and Miller floored it, racing away from the collapsing array. I leaned back against the seat, exhaustion finally crashing over me. The C-sharp in my head had faded to a dull thrum, a background radiation that I knew would never truly go away. "We stopped the broadcast," Sarah said, her voice trembling as she watched the horizon. "But Elia's, the ships, they're still there." She was right. In the distance, the massive obsidian shapes were no longer glowing, but they weren't leaving. They were descending, settling onto the surface of the earth like giant, predatory birds. They weren't here to broadcast anymore. They were here to stay. I looked at my hand. The violet-green blood had dried, leaving behind a faint, iridescent stain on my skin. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the tuning fork. It was cold now, dead. "They'll come for me," I said quietly. "We won't let them," Miller said, though he didn't sound convinced. "You don't understand," I said, looking out at the new, alien world we were driving through. "They don't need to come for me. I'm already part of the song." I closed my eyes, and even with the fog retreating and the stars shining, I could feel the earth beneath us. It was no longer a sphere of rock and water. It was a giant, hollow bell. And something was about to strike it. The truck bounced violently as Miller swerved to avoid a spire of translucent obsidian that had erupted through the center of the asphalt. The road was no longer a road. It was a fractured ribbon of human intent struggling to exist in a landscape that had redefined its own geometry. To my left, a grove of Joshua trees had been encased in a substance that looked like amber, but pulsed with a rhythmic, internal bioluminescence. They looked like lung tissue, breathing in the thin, electrified air. "Where are we even going, Sarah?" Miller shouted over the groan of the engine. The truck's headlights cut through a haze that was no longer green, but a bruised, stormy purple. "The VLA is trashed. The sky is broken. If those ships are landing, there isn't a hole deep enough in New Mexico to hide us." Sarah didn't answer immediately. She was staring at her laptop, her face illuminated by the scrolling lines of the code I had written, the code I didn't remember writing. Her fingers hovered over the keys, trembling. The signal didn't just stop, she whispered, more to herself than to us. It inverted. "Elias, you didn't just jam them. You gave the network a virus. You introduced a recursive loop into their fundamental operating frequency." I didn't feel like a hero. I felt like a house that had been gutted by fire, leaving only the blackened studs and a drafty, hollow interior. Every time my heart beat, I felt a thrum in the soles of my feet, a sympathetic vibration with the tectonic plates shifting miles below us. The stone being tired of being stone wasn't a metaphor anymore. I could feel the granite foundations of the state groaning under the weight of the architect's descent. "I didn't have a choice," I said. My voice sounded like it was coming from a long way off. It was trying to overwrite me. I just gave it back what it was giving me, but with the edges sharpened. "You changed the carrier wave," Sarah said, finally looking at me. Her eyes were wide, tracing the faint, glowing lines that now mapped my veins like a subterranean subway system. They aren't landing to colonize Miller. They're landing because they're crashing. The inversion turned their own propulsion systems into dead weight. They're falling out of the sky because Elias turned the air into a poison they can't breathe. Miller let out a low whistle, glancing in the rearview mirror at the massive, dark shapes silhouetted against the stars. So we took down the giants. What's the prize? A dead planet. It's not dead, I murmured. I pressed my forehead against the glass. The glass felt soft, not melting, but reconsidering its solidity. It's just different. The architects, they don't see life the way we do. To them, we're just white noise in a silent room. They were trying to tune the room. Now the room is screaming. A sudden, violent jolt threw us all forward. The truck didn't hit a rock, it hit a wave. The ground beneath the tires surged upward, a literal swell of earth and crystal that tossed the heavy vehicle like a toy. Miller fought the wheel, his knuckles white, as the truck skidded sideways, eventually slamming into a bank of that shimmering, meat-like moss. The engine sputtered and died. The silence that followed was heavier than the noise. "Everyone alive," Miller grunted, kicking his door open. It groaned on its hinges, the metal already beginning to show signs of the bloom, tiny, crystalline rosettes sprouting from the bolts. I climbed out after him. The air was cold now, a biting, metallic chill that tasted of ozone. The silence wasn't empty, it was pressurized. In the distance, one of the obsidian ships had settled into the basin, its massive bulk tilting at an awkward angle. It looked like a fallen monument. Wisps of white vapor, not the green fog, but something colder, leaked from its seams. "We need to move," Sarah said, clutching her equipment bag. "If they're crashing, they'll be venting. The atmospheric shift will be localized at first, but it'll spread. We need to find a sealed environment, somewhere with its own oxygen supply." "The bunker at the VLA is compromised," Miller said, surveying the horizon, "and the truck is done. We're on foot in a world that's turning into a jewelry store from hell." I stood still, closing my eyes. I didn't listen with my ears. I listened with the marrow of my bones. The C-sharp was gone, replaced by a jagged, discordant friction. It was the sound of something trying to restart a stalled engine. "There's a maintenance tunnel," I said, pointing toward a low ridge a half-mile to the north. "It leads to the underground cooling systems for the array. It's lead-lined. It'll be shielded from the resonance." Sarah looked at me skeptically. "How do you know that? That's not on the public maps." "The ground told me," I said. I didn't mean to sound cryptic. It was simply the truth. I could feel the hollow spaces beneath the earth like a blind man feels the shape of a room by the echoes. We started walking. The trek was a nightmare of sensory overload. The ground was no longer predictable. In some places, it was as hard as diamond, and in others, it gave way like quicksand, a slurry of disintegrated minerals and alien spores. Every few minutes, a low-frequency pulse would ripple through the air, making our teeth ache and our vision blur. "They're trying to re-establish the link," Sarah said, her voice strained. She was struggling to keep up, her boots slipping on the slick, iridescent moss. "The ships, they're trying to find each other in the dark." "Let 'em whistle," Miller growled, his shotgun held ready. "If they come close enough to talk, I've got a response for 'em." We reached the ridge just as the first of the scouts appeared. They weren't the tall, robed architects, nor were they the glassmen repeaters. These were smaller, skittering things, mechanical spiders made of the same oily, black metal as the ships. They moved with a terrifying, jerky precision, their many legs clicking against the crystalline ground. Down Miller hissed, pulling us behind a jagged outcropping of quartz. The scouts were scanning the area, their single, red ocular sensors sweeping the landscape. They weren't looking for humans, they were looking for the source of the inversion. They were looking for the glitch in their symphony. They were looking for me. I could feel their sensors passing over us like a hot iron. Every time a red beam touched the rock above our heads, the violet light in my veins flared. I was a beacon in their world. To them, I was a blinding, screaming light in a dark forest. I have to distract them, I whispered. Elias, no, Sarah grabbed my jacket. You're the only one who can finish the inversion if the first wave fails. If they find us here, none of us finish anything, I said. The fear was there, but it was distant, muffled by the new, cold efficiency of my nervous system. I can lead them away. I can dampen my signal if I focus. I didn't wait for her to argue. I stood up and ran in the opposite direction of the tunnel entrance. I didn't run like a man anymore. My strides were longer, my balance perfect despite the treacherous terrain. I felt the scouts pivot in unison, their red eyes locking onto me. A chorus of high-pitched shrieks tore through the air, a sound of recognition. I sprinted toward a canyon of frozen green light, my heart hammering a rhythm that seemed to command the ground to move beneath me. I wasn't just running, I was part of the landscape. I felt the scouts closing in, their metallic legs drumming a frantic beat against the stone. I reached a ledge overlooking a dry wash, now filled with a glowing, gelatinous liquid, and turned. The first scout leapt, its obsidian mandibles snapping. I didn't use a weapon, I didn't have one. I simply reached out, my mind focusing on the C-sharp, the frequency that had started all of this. I didn't fight the sound, I became it. I let the vibration build in my chest until it was a physical force, then I threw it forward. The scout didn't just stop, it shattered. The frequency hit its structural resonance, and the black metal disintegrated into a cloud of fine, soot-like powder. The others paused, their sensors flickering. They had never encountered a repeater that could talk back. I didn't stay to celebrate. I scrambled down the side of the ledge, my hands gripping the crystalline protrusions with unnatural strength. I needed to get to the wash. If I could submerge myself in the liquid, maybe I could mask the heat of my signature. As I hit the bottom of the wash, the liquid, which felt like cool mercury, swirled around my legs. It wasn't water. It was a suspension of nanites, a biological soup designed to reconstruct the planet's surface. As it touched my skin, the violet threads in my arms began to glow brighter, feeding on the energy in the pool. The stone is tired, the deep voice returned. It was louder now, echoing from the very walls of the canyon. The song is incomplete. You are the missing note, Elias. Why do you run from the harmony? Because it's not my song, I shouted, my voice echoing off the glass cliffs. I waded through the mercury slurry, my body feeling lighter with every step. The scouts were gathered at the edge of the ledge above, hesitant to enter the liquid. They knew what I was becoming. I was a corruption of their design, a piece of their own technology that had developed a soul. I reached the far side of the wash and pulled myself out, my clothes dripping with the silver liquid. I looked back and saw Miller and Sarah's silhouettes disappearing into the maintenance tunnel on the ridge. They were safe, for now. But I was alone in a world that was no longer mine. I turned and began to climb toward the highest peak in the range. If the architects wanted their symphony, I would give them a finale they wouldn't forget. I could feel the primary ship, the one that had crashed in the basin, pulsing with a desperate, dying energy. It was trying to call for help. It was trying to signal the rest of the fleet waiting in the cold void beyond the atmosphere. I wouldn't let it. As I climbed, the air grew thinner and the green aurora began to bleed back into the sky, fighting against the black rifts I had created. The world was caught in a tug-of-war between two realities, and I was the rope. I reached the summit. Below me, the valley was a sea of emerald fire and obsidian shadows. The crashed ship looked like a wounded god, its hull glowing with a sickly, flickering light. I sat down on the cold, glass-covered rock and pulled the tuning fork from my pocket. It was cracked, its surface dull. I struck it against the stone. The sound it made was no longer a pure C-sharp. It was a jagged, broken noise, a human sound. A sound of grief, of anger, and of a stubborn refusal to be erased. I closed my eyes and began to hum, matching the broken tone of the fork. I felt the violet light in my veins surge, flowing out of my fingertips and into the rock beneath me. I wasn't just a man on a mountain. I was a needle on a record, and I was scratching the groove. The ground began to shake. Not the rhythmic pulse of the architects, but a violent, chaotic tremor. The obsidian ship in the valley groaned, its structural supports snapping like dry twigs. The green aurora above me began to spiral, drawn into a vortex centered on the peak. "Listen to this," I whispered. I pushed everything I had left, my memories of the sun on the pines, the taste of cheap coffee, the sound of my father's laugh, the feel of the wind on a summer evening, into the frequency. I gave the network the one thing it couldn't process, the messy, irrational, beautiful chaos of being human. The explosion wasn't silent this time. It was a roar that shook the stars. A pillar of white light erupted from the mountain, piercing through the green fog and tearing a hole in the sky that didn't close. The obsidian ship in the valley shattered, its fragments scattered across the desert like black glass. The scouts on the ridge simply ceased to be, their forms undone by the sheer weight of the dissonance. Then there was only the wind. I fell back against the rock, my lungs burning. The violet light in my veins was dimming, the emerald threads fading into a dull gray. I felt heavy again. I felt the friction of the air, the coldness of the stone, the ache in my joints. I felt human. I stayed there for a long time, watching the stars. They were steady now. The green was gone, replaced by the familiar, dusty black of the New Mexico night. The silence was no longer pressurized. It was just the quiet of a desert after a storm. I heard footsteps crunching on the glass behind me. I didn't turn. I knew the rhythm. Sarah's voice was hesitant, fearful. "I'm here," I said. My voice was raspy, thin, but it was mine. She and Miller climbed onto the summit. They looked exhausted, their clothes torn and stained with the silver slurry, but they were alive. They looked at the valley below, at the wreckage of the alien world and the returning desert. "It's over," Miller said, leaning on his shotgun. He sounded older, his voice stripped of its bravado. "The ships, they're just junk now. The fog is dissipating." "For now," Sarah said, looking up at the hole in the sky. It was a scar, a reminder that the door had been opened. But the world isn't the same, Elias. Look at the trees, look at the ground. We didn't win. We just survived the first movement. I looked down at my hands. The iridescent stains were gone, but when I closed my eyes, I could still feel the hollow spaces beneath the earth. I could still hear the faint, distant hum of the universe, not as a command, but as a conversation. We survived, I said, standing up. My legs were shaky, but they held. That's enough for tonight. We began the long walk down the mountain. Behind us, the tuning fork lay forgotten on the rock, a tiny piece of steel that had cracked the sky. The wind caught it, and for a brief second it sang one last, fading note, a note that wasn't a C-sharp, but something new, something that didn't have a name yet. The fog was gone, but the world still glowed, not with the green of the architects, but with the faint, persistent light of a planet that had learned how to scream and was now learning how to breathe again. The descent was slower than the climb, our bodies finally registering the physical toll of a reality that had been stretched thin and snapped back into place. My muscles felt like they had been rewoven with lead wire, and every step sent a dull, vibrating ache through my hip bones. Miller walked ahead, his shotgun slung over his shoulder, his eyes scanning the shadows not with the frantic terror of an hour ago, but with the weary suspicion of a man who had seen the rules of physics rewritten and didn't trust the new edition. Sarah stayed close to me, her hand occasionally brushing my arm as if checking to see if I was still solid. I didn't blame her. I could still feel the phantom itch of the silver slurry on my skin, and though the violet glow had receded from my veins, my vision remained unnaturally sharp. I could see the heat rising from the cooling obsidian shards in the valley, and I could hear the microscopic crystalline structures in the sand grinding against one another as the desert floor settled. The signal didn't just vanish, Sarah said, her voice a low rasp against the wind. When you hit that peak, Elias, the telemetry on my tablet went off the charts. It wasn't a broadcast. It was a vacuum. You created a localized singularity of information. You sucked the meaning out of their transmission. I just gave them what I had, I said. It was hard to explain that the data I'd sent wasn't a code, but the memory of my mother's garden and the smell of rain on hot asphalt. To the architects, those things were noise, a chaotic corruption that their systems couldn't partition or process. I had jammed their gears with the grit of a human life. We reached the base of the ridge where the truck sat mired in the iridescent moss. The moss was dying now, turning a sickly, translucent gray and shriveling into brittle husks that crumbled under our boots. The truck looked like a relic from a different century, its metal skin pitted and scarred by the bloom that had tried to consume it. Miller kicked a tire and a cloud of fine, crystalline dust puffed out. Engines toasted, he grunted. The electronics are fried. EMP effect from whatever the hell you did up there, Elias. We're about 20 miles from the nearest outpost, Sarah said, checking a mechanical compass she'd pulled from her bag, and that's assuming the roads still exist. If the geometry shift was as bad as I think, the geography might have drifted. We walk, I said. I looked toward the horizon where the first hint of a true dawn was beginning to bleed a pale, natural orange against the retreating purple of the alien night. But we don't go to the outpost. We go to the VLA. Miller turned, his face hardening. The VLA, that place is ground zero, kid. If there's anything left of those things, that's where they'll be congregating. Why the hell would we go back into the mouth of the beast? Because the beast is choking, I said. I could feel it, a low frequency thrumming coming from the direction of the Great Plains of San Agustin. It wasn't the triumphant song from before. It was a rhythmic, mechanical gasping. The array is still acting as a lightning rod. If the inversion is going to hold, we have to lock it in. Otherwise, when the sun comes up and the atmospheric ionizes, the residual fog will just recondense. We have to ground the circuit. Sarah nodded slowly, her scientific mind catching up to my intuition. He's right. The dishes are still tuned to the architect's carrier wave. If we don't manually reset the orientation of the array, they could act as a passive receiver, a backdoor for the fleet to re-establish the link. Miller looked from her to me, then back at the dark, jagged horizon. He spat into the dust. Fine, but if we run into one of those glassmen again, I'm using the last of my shells on you two for talking me into this. We started the trek across the basin. The landscape was a graveyard of two worlds. We passed a cluster of cattle that had been caught in the initial wave. They weren't dead in the traditional sense, but their hides had turned to a polished, marble-like substance, their eyes replaced by multifaceted gems. They stood like statues in the middle of a field of glass grass, frozen in a moment of eternal grazing. It was beautiful and horrific, a gallery of a world that had almost been. As we walked, the silence of the desert began to be filled with the sounds of a planet waking up from a nightmare. We heard the distant rumble of rock slides as the spires of obsidian, no longer supported by the alien frequency, collapsed under their own weight. The air began to smell of ozone and wet earth. "Do you think they'll come back?" Sarah asked after a few miles of silent walking. "They never really left," I said. I looked up at the hole in the sky. It wasn't a physical hole, but a tear in the electromagnetic fabric of the atmosphere. The stars seemed to swirl around it. They're out there. They've been out there for millions of years, tuning worlds like instruments. We're just the first planet that didn't want to be played. Or the first one that played back, Miller added. By the time the sun was fully above the horizon, we could see the white skeletons of the VLA dishes in the distance. They looked smaller than I remembered, fragile against the backdrop of the mountains. Several of them had been knocked over, their massive steel frames twisted like pipe cleaners. But the central hub, the control center where this had all started, was still standing. A thick, low-hanging mist clung to the ground around the array, but it wasn't green. It was a dull, heavy white, like the breath of a dying animal. As we approached the perimeter fence, I felt a sudden, sharp spike of pain in my temples. The hum was back, but it was fractured, a stuttering repetition of a single broken note. "Something's here," Miller whispered, leveling his shotgun. We moved through the gap in the fence, our boots crunching on the gravel. The silence here was different. It felt watched. We passed the remains of a transport truck that had been turned inside out, its engine components fused into a shape that resembled a blooming metal flower. There, Sarah pointed. Near the base of Dish 14, a figure was kneeling. It wasn't an architect, and it wasn't a scout. It was a man, or it had been. He was wearing the scorched remains of a technician's jumpsuit, but his skin was the color of a bruised plum, and his hair had been replaced by a fine, silvery filament that drifted in the wind like cobwebs. He was pressing his forehead against the concrete base of the dish, his fingers clawing at the stone. "Is that Jenkins?" Sarah whispered, taking a step forward. The man turned. His eyes were gone, replaced by the same glowing violet light that had once mapped my veins. But where my light had been a controlled, focused flame, his was a raging fire. It leaked from his tear ducts and his mouth, staining his chin a luminous purple. The song, he wheezed. His voice sounded like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. It stopped. Why did it stop? I was almost home. I was almost whole. Jenkins, it's Sarah, she said, her voice trembling. We can help you. We can get you to a medical facility. The thing that had been Jenkins laughed, a wet, rattling sound. Medical? There is no medicine for the truth, Sarah. We were noise. We were just static in the ears of God. They were going to make us beautiful. They were going to make us part of the grand design. He looked at me, and his eyeless sockets seemed to widen. You, the glitch, the one who broke the string. It was a leash, not a string, I said, stepping past Miller. Jenkins stood up, his movements jerky and unnatural. His bones made a sickening clicking sound as he straightened. You think you saved them? You just left them in the dark. Without the song, the world is just cold, stone, and hunger. You haven't won, Elias. You've just delayed the inevitable. He lunged at me with a speed that shouldn't have been possible for a human frame. Miller fired, the blast catching Jenkins in the chest, but he didn't fall. The buckshot seemed to sink into his body as if he were made of thick gel. He slammed into me, his hands cold as dry ice clamping around my throat. I felt the violet light in him trying to bridge the gap into me. It wasn't an overwrite this time. It was a parasite, a dying ember trying to steal heat from a fresh coal. My vision began to swim, the world dissolving into a kaleidoscope of purple and black. Join us, 1,000 voices whispered in my head. The silence is too loud. Let us back in. No, I choked out. I didn't reach for the tuning fork. I reached for the ground. I reached for the resonance of the earth that I could still feel beneath the concrete. I didn't try to fight Jenkins, I tried to ground him. I opened the valves in my own mind, letting the vast, cold weight of the tectonic plates flow through me and into him. Jenkins shrieked a sound that wasn't human. His body began to vibrate, his skin shimmering as the energy I was channeling through him tore at his molecular structure. He wasn't a conduit, he was a bottleneck, and the pressure was too much. With a final blinding flash of violet light, he disintegrated. There was no blood, no bone, only a heap of fine, gray ash and a few lingering, silvery filaments that the wind quickly carried away. Miller lowered his gun, his breath coming in ragged gasps. What the hell was that? A leftover, I said, rubbing my throat. The skin felt raw, but the internal vibration was settling. A remnant of the signal that didn't have anywhere to go. We need to get inside, Sarah said, her face pale, if there are more like him. We ran for the main control building. The heavy steel doors had been blown off their hinges, not by an explosion, but by a structural failure of the metal itself. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of scorched plastic and ozone. The flickering emergency lights cast long, dancing shadows across the rows of shattered computer monitors. We reached the central terminal. It was a wreck, but the main mainframe, the one Sarah had been using to track the signal, was still humming, powered by an independent backup generator. Sarah dove for the keyboard, her fingers flying across the keys. The dish alignment is still locked in the receive position. I need to override the servos and point them toward the horizon. If I can dump the residual charge into the ground, it'll create a feedback loop that will seal the atmospheric breach. How long? Miller asked, standing by the door, his eyes on the dark hallway. 5 minutes, maybe 10. The system is fighting me. It's like the software has evolved. It's trying to protect itself. I stood behind her looking at the screens. The code was a mess of human symbols and alien geometry, a digital hybrid that shouldn't have functioned. But I could read it, not the words, but the rhythm of it. There, I said, pointing to a flickering line of crimson text. That's the anchor. It's a recursive loop. You have to break the sequence at the third prime. Sarah looked at me, then at the screen. She didn't question it. She typed in a string of commands, and the building groaned as the massive motors of the dishes outside began to turn. The sound was a deep, tectonic grind that shook the floor. Suddenly, the monitors flared a brilliant, blinding green. "They're trying to reconnect," Sarah screamed. "The fleet, they've detected the realignment. They're trying to force the gate back open." The room began to vibrate. The ceiling tiles shook loose, raining white dust down on us. Outside, the white mist began to turn green again, swirling into a violent cyclone around the hub. I could feel the pressure building in my ears, the familiar C-sharp beginning to scream in the back of my skull. "I can't hold them," Sarah cried, her hands shaking so hard she could barely hit the keys. "The signal strength is too high, it's burning out the processors." I looked at the terminal. I knew what I had to do. It wasn't enough to just turn the dishes. I had to be the fuse. "Miller, get her out of here," I said. "What, Elias? No." Sarah reached for me. "The system needs a physical bridge to ground the surge," I said. My voice was calm, a strange contrast to the chaos around us. "If the signal hits the ground through the wiring, it'll just blow the array. It needs to be filtered. It needs to be translated." "You'll die," Miller said, his voice thick. "I'm already part of the song, Miller," I said, looking at my hands, which were beginning to glow with a soft, steady violet light. "I'm just changing the station." I stepped forward and grabbed the two main power conduits that fed into the central array. The world vanished. I wasn't in the room anymore. I was everywhere. I was in the spinning dishes, I was in the ionized air, I was in the cold vacuum of space where the massive, obsidian ships hung like silent predators. I could feel their intent, a cold, mathematical hunger to organize, to tune, to erase the noise of life. I felt the surge of their power hitting me, a tidal wave of green fire. It tried to tear me apart, to reduce my consciousness to a series of ones and zeros. But I wasn't alone. I felt the earth beneath the VLA, the deep, ancient resonance of the planet. It was a slow, heavy heartbeat, a sound that had been thrumming for 4 billion years. I took the green fire and I channeled it down, deep into the crust, into the magma, into the iron core of the world. I didn't fight the architects, I gave them the earth. I let them feel the weight of the oceans, the heat of the core, the sheer, unorganized chaos of 1 billion years of evolution. I let the planet itself speak back to them. The connection snapped. The green light imploded, drawing back into the void. The ships in orbit, unable to handle the sudden, massive feedback of a living world, recoiled. I felt them drift away, their song silenced, their instruments shattered. The last thing I felt was a sense of profound, heavy peace. The stone was no longer tired, it was awake. I woke up on the floor of the control room. The lights were out, and the only sound was the wind whistling through the shattered windows. It was dark, but a natural dark. The smell of ozone was gone, replaced by the scent of dust and cold night air. Elias. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I opened my eyes and saw Sarah leaning over me. Her face was smudged with soot and her eyes were red misted, but she was smiling. Behind her, Miller was sitting against the wall, his head back, his eyes closed. "Did it work?" I whispered. My voice felt like it was coming from a long way off. "The breach is closed," she said. "The array is dead. The signal is gone. The sky," Elias, look at the sky. I sat up, my body feeling incredibly light, almost hollow. I looked out the window. The stars were there, vibrant, steady, and beautiful. There was no green fog, no violet rifts, just the infinite, messy, unorganized universe. I looked at my hands. They were normal. No glowing veins, no silver stains, just the hands of a man who had been through a long night. We walked out of the building and stood on the tarmac. The desert was quiet. The VLA dishes stood like silent sentinels, no longer listening for voices from the void, but simply resting. "What now?" Miller asked, looking toward the east where the sun was beginning to rise again. A real sun, a real morning. "Now," I said, feeling the cool wind on my face, "we figure out how to live in a world that knows we're here." I looked down at the ground. I could still feel it, the faint, distant heartbeat of the earth. It wasn't a song anymore, it was just a breath. And for the first time in my life, I knew exactly where I stood. The walk back from the center of the VLA felt like walking through the aftermath of a fever dream that had physical consequences. The silence of the San Agustin Plains was no longer the oppressive, artificial vacuum of the architects. It was the heavy, exhausted silence of a battlefield. My boots felt leaden, scraping against the gravel with a sound that seemed inappropriately loud in the stillness. Sarah walked beside me, her shoulder occasionally brushing mine. She was shivering, a delayed reaction to the adrenaline withdrawal, her hands shoved deep into the pockets of her tactical jacket. Miller followed a few paces behind, his shotgun broken down and slung over his shoulder, his eyes scanning the horizon not for monsters, but for the mundane reality of the world we had supposedly saved. "The satellite arrays in orbit," Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper. "If the feedback loop was as global as the telemetry suggested, we might have fried more than just the architect's link. We might have knocked out every GPS, every communication burst, every weather monitor on this side of the hemisphere. Small price to pay for not being turned into glass statues," Miller grunted. He stopped to light a crumpled cigarette he'd found in his vest, the flare of the match a tiny, defiant spark against the vastness of the desert. "The world's going to be dark for a while. Quiet, maybe that's not such a bad thing." I didn't answer. I was looking at the ground. The iridescent moss was gone, replaced by a fine alkaline soot that the wind was already beginning to scatter. The drift Sarah had mentioned earlier, the way the geography had seemed to warp under the influence of the green fog, seemed to be resetting. The ridges looked sharper, the arroyos deeper. The earth was reclaiming its original geometry, shaking off the alien architecture like a dog shedding water. We reached the perimeter fence where we had left our gear. The truck was still there, a dead hunk of iron and plastic, but the air around it no longer tasted like copper. "We should head toward Highway 60, Sarah said, consulting her mechanical compass again. "If the grid is down, there's going to be chaos in the towns. Pie Town, Datil, Magdalena. People won't know what hit them. They'll have seen the lights, felt the tremors. They'll be looking for answers." "We don't have any," I said, "not the kind they'll want to hear." The stars tried to eat us, but we gave them a heart attack. Isn't going to play well on the evening news, assuming there is an evening news. We have the data, Sarah insisted, tapping her bag. The hard drives in the hub were shielded. If I can get them to a lab with a functioning power source, I can prove what happened. We can't just let this be another weather balloon incident, Elias. They'll come back, maybe not in our lifetime, but they know the coordinates now. They know there's a resistance. I looked at her, seeing the scientist's fire returning to her eyes. She wanted to classify the nightmare, to pin it to a board like a butterfly. I understood the impulse. It was a way of making the infinite manageable. But I still felt the phantom hum in my marrow. I knew that what we had done wasn't a victory in the way humans understood it. It was a stay of execution. We hadn't broken the architects. We had simply made ourselves indigestible. They won't come back the same way, I said. The next time they come, they won't try to tune us. They'll just try to clear the static. We started the long trek toward the highway. The sun climbed higher, baking the desert floor and turning the distant mountains into shimmering purple silhouettes. About 5 miles out, we came across a scene that made us stop. It was a highway patrol vehicle, its roof lights shattered, its front end buried in a sand dune that shouldn't have been there. Sitting on the asphalt next to the car was an officer. He wasn't moving. For a horrible second, I thought he'd been processed like the cattle, but as we got closer, he looked up. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was streaked with tears, but he was human. He was holding a handheld radio, clicking the transmit button over and over. Click hiss, click hiss. It's all gone, the officer said, his voice cracking. He didn't even seem surprised to see 3 haggard civilians walking out of the restricted zone. I was chasing a speeder when the sky went green. My engine died, my radio. I can't get Albuquerque. I can't get Soccer Row. It's like the whole world just turned off. Miller stepped forward, offering the man a canteen. It's not off, son. It's just rebooting. Give it time. The officer took a long pull of water, his hands shaking. The lights, I saw things in the fog, shapes like buildings made of glass that weren't there when I blinked. And the sound, did you hear the singing? We heard it, I said. It's over now. Is it? The officer looked at the sky, which was a perfect, terrifying blue. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to look at a cloud the same way again. We left him there with some rations and the promise that we'd send help if we found anyone with a working vehicle. As we walked away, I looked back and saw him still clicking the radio. Click hiss. A lonely heartbeat in a silent world. By midday, the heat was becoming an enemy. We found a small rock overhang that provided a sliver of shade and collapsed into it. My body felt like a bruised reed. The connection I'd made at the VLA, the way I'd let the Earth's core pulse through my nervous system, had left a strange, hollow ache in my chest. I felt thin, as if the density of my soul had been stretched across the planet and hadn't quite snapped back into place. You're glowing again, Miller said suddenly. I looked down at my arms. In the shadows of the overhang, a faint, rhythmic pulse of violet light was visible beneath my skin. It wasn't the jagged, aggressive light from before. It was soft, synchronized with my breathing. It's residual, Sarah said, leaning in to examine my wrist. She didn't touch me, but her eyes were wide with a mix of professional curiosity and genuine fear. Your cellular structure has been altered, Elias. The architect's carrier wave used you as a transducer. You've got a permanent electromagnetic signature now. You're a living antenna. Can you fix it? I asked, my voice flat. I don't even know what it is, she admitted. In any other era, you'd be a miracle. In this one, you're a liability. If the government gets their hands on you, they won't see a hero. They'll see a piece of alien tech with a heartbeat. Then they don't get their hands on me, I said. Miller spat into the dust. Easier said than done, kid. Once the lights come back on, the spooks are going to be crawling all over this desert. They're going to track the energy spike back to the VLA. They're going to find the ashes of Jenkins. They're going to see the logs Sarah left. I can wipe the logs, Sarah said quickly, if we can get back to the hub before the military arrives. No, I interrupted. The logs stay. People need to know why the world stopped. If we hide it, we just make it easier for the next signal to catch us off guard. But I'm not going back to a lab. I looked at Miller. The old mercenary looked back at me, his eyes hard and knowing. He'd spent a lifetime in the shadows of various agencies, doing the dirty work that kept the civilized world spinning. He knew exactly what happened to people who became anomalies. I have a place, Miller said after a long silence. Up in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. Old mining claim. No power, no cell service, 20 miles from the nearest paved road. It's not much, but it's deep in the granite. Granite's good for shielding. Why help me? I asked. Miller shrugged, looking out at the shimmering heat waves on the horizon. Because I saw what you did back there. You didn't just ground that circuit. You took a hit for the whole damn species. I figure I owe you a few months of peace before the world catches up. What about you, Sarah? I asked. She looked at her bag of hard drives, then at the empty road ahead. I have to go back. I have a sister in Denver and a department head who's going to be asking where several $1 million of equipment went. But I won't tell them about you. I'll tell them the system overloaded. I'll tell them the glitch was a software error that caused a cascade failure. She looked at me, her expression softening. But Elia's, the light, if it doesn't go away, you're going to have to be careful. You're tuned to a frequency that doesn't belong here. You might hear things, you might see the world differently. I already do, I said. We rested for another hour before pushing on. The highway finally appeared, a black ribbon of asphalt melting in the sun. It was empty. No trucks, no tourists, no life. It felt like we were the last 3 people on Earth, walking through the ruins of a civilization that had been spared by a hair's breadth. We found a stalled SUV about 3 miles down the road. The driver had vanished, leaving the door open and a half-eaten sandwich on the dashboard. Miller spent 20 minutes under the hood, bypassing the fried electronic ignition with a series of jumper wires and a grit-toothed determination that suggested he wasn't ready to walk all the way to the mountains. When the engine finally turned over, the sound was like music. It was a dirty, internal combustion roar, noisy, inefficient, and wonderfully human. Get in, Miller said, wiping grease on his pants. We've got a lot of ground to cover before the satellites start looking down again. As we drove away from the VLA, I looked out the back window. The giant white dishes were shrinking in the distance, becoming nothing more than tiny dots against the vast, brown expanse of the plains. They looked like teeth, the remaining teeth of a world that had tried to bite the hand of its creator. I closed my eyes and leaned my head against the glass. I could feel the vibration of the engine, the heat of the sun, and the steady, quiet pulse of the violet light in my veins. Deep down, miles below the tires, I felt the earth shift. A tectonic plate settling into a new groove, a pocket of gas venting into the sea, a slow, ancient rhythm that had nothing to do with us and yet everything to do with why we were still here. The fog was gone, the green was a memory, but as I drifted into a fitful sleep, I could still hear the faint, ghostly echo of a C-sharp ringing out from the stars, waiting for someone to pick up the phone. The world was awake now, and so was I. The hum of the tires against the asphalt was the only thing keeping me anchored to the physical world. Every time I closed my eyes, the dashboard of the stolen SUV seemed to dissolve into translucent geometric patterns, a shimmering overlay of data points that shouldn't have been there. I could see the heat signatures of the scrub brush passing by, glowing like embers in a fireplace, and if I focused too hard on the horizon, I could see the magnetic ley lines of the earth itself, arcing across the sky in shimmering, invisible ribbons of violet and gold. "Elias, breathe," Sarah said from the passenger seat. She was watching me, her hand hovering near my arm but not quite touching. "Your heart rate is spiking. I can see the pulse in your neck glowing." "I'm trying," I rasped. My voice sounded metallic to my own ears, like a recording played through a tin can. It's like the world is too loud, not the sound, the existence of it. Everything is vibrating. Miller kept his eyes on the road, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. He had bypassed the fried ECU of the Suburban using a series of mechanical overrides and a manual fuel pump he'd scavenged from a roadside generator. It was a Frankenstein's monster of a vehicle now, coughing black smoke and rattling with every gear shift, but it moved. In a world where every modern microchip had been turned into a silicon brick by the feedback loop, we were driving one of the few functional machines left in the state of New Mexico. "We're crossing the Rio Grande soon," Miller said, nodding toward the shimmering heat distortion ahead. "If the National Guard has mobilized, that's where they'll set up the first blockades. They'll be looking for anyone coming out of the San Agustin zone. Sarah, get those drives tucked under the floorboards." "They won't be looking for scientists, Miller," Sarah said, though she did as she was told, sliding the ruggedized cases into the footwell. "They'll be looking for a cause. They'll be looking for a weapon." "Exactly," Miller muttered, "and they're looking at him." He jerked his chin toward me in the rearview mirror. I looked at my reflection in the side window. My eyes were the worst part. The pupils weren't black anymore. They were a deep, swirling indigo, flecked with silver sparks that moved in sync with the ambient electromagnetic noise of the car's alternator. I looked like something that had been hollowed out and filled with starlight. I pulled my hood up, shadowing my face, and tucked my glowing hands into the sleeves of my jacket. The bridge over the Rio Grande was a graveyard of stalled vehicles. Thousands of people had been caught on the road when the pulse hit. That's what the emergency broadcasts, now sputtering back to life on primitive AM frequencies, were calling it. A massive, unexplained solar flare or atmospheric phenomenon that had neutralized the power grid. We saw families walking along the shoulder of the highway, carrying suitcases and plastic jugs of water. Some were weeping, others were just staring blankly at the sky, waiting for the green fog to return. They didn't see us as we picked our way through the stalled traffic, the heavy Suburban pushing aside smaller cars like a plow. "Look at them," I whispered, watching a young woman clutching a child. "They have no idea how close they came to disappearing." "They don't need to know," Miller said grimly. "Knowledge didn't save the guys at the VLA. It just gave them a front row seat to the end of the world." That's not true, Sarah snapped. Knowledge is the only reason Elias knew how to ground the signal. If we hadn't understood the frequency, we'd all be part of a hive mind right now, singing C-sharp until our lungs gave out. As we reached the far side of the bridge, the first signs of the military appeared. Two Humvees were parked across the lanes, and a line of soldiers in NBC suits were waving traffic down, or rather, waving the pedestrians down. A sergeant with a megaphone was shouting instructions about a temporary refugee camp being established in Socorro. "Stay down, Elias," Miller commanded. I slumped in the backseat, pulling a grease-stained tarp over my legs. Through a gap in the fabric, I watched the soldiers. They looked terrified. Their Geiger counters were clicking rhythmically, but not because of radiation. I could feel their equipment reacting to me. As we rolled closer, the radio in one of the Humvees erupted in a shriek of static. The soldier nearest to us winced, slapping at his headset. He stepped toward our window, his rifle held at a loose but ready position. "Vehicle is restricted to official use only," the soldier shouted over the rattle of our engine. "How is this thing even running?" "Mechanical fuel injection, son," Miller said, leaning out the window with a practiced, weary grin. "I'm a vintage collector. Was taking her to a show in Albuquerque when the lights went out. We've got a medical emergency in the back. My daughter's got a heart condition and her pacemaker is acting up since the flare." It was a brilliant lie. It explained the erratic electronics and the need for speed. The soldier peered into the cabin, his eyes lingering on Sarah, then shifting to the lumpy tarp in the back where I lay. I held my breath, trying to suppress the violet light. I could feel the soldier's own bioelectric field, the low-voltage hum of his nervous system, the frantic beat of his heart. It felt like a warm, fuzzy static against my skin. I reached out with my mind, not even sure what I was doing, and gently nudged the air around us. I dampened the vibration. I smoothed out the noise. The soldier blinked, his expression softening into a daze. The static on his radio died away into a soft, white hiss. "Right," the soldier said, his voice trailing off. "Right, pacemaker, go on through. Keep it under 30, there's debris all over the 25. He stepped back and waved us through. Miller didn't wait. He gunned the engine and we lurched forward, leaving the blockade in a cloud of diesel exhaust. "What did you do?" Sarah whispered, looking back at me as I threw off the tarp. I silenced the room," I said, rubbing my temples. The effort had left me dizzy. I could feel his frequency. I just matched it. I made us invisible to his instruments. "You're not just an antenna," Sarah said, her voice trembling with a mix of awe and horror. "You're a jammer. Elias, if you can manipulate the local field like that, you could." "I don't want to do anything," I interrupted. "I just want the noise to stop." We bypassed Socorro, taking the back roads through the foothills of the Magdalena Mountains. The higher we climbed, the thinner the air became, and the more the ghosts began to appear. At first, I thought they were just optical illusions caused by my damaged retinas. But as the sun began to set, casting long, bloody shadows across the high desert, I realized they were remnants. The architects had moved through this space and they had left scars on the fabric of reality. I saw a grove of cottonwood trees that appeared to be made of translucent green glass, their leaves frozen in a wind that had ceased to blow. I saw a coyote standing in the middle of a dry wash, its body elongated and shimmering, vibrating at a frequency that made my teeth ache. It wasn't dead, but it wasn't alive in any way a biologist would recognize. It was a glitch in the world's new operating system. "Don't look at them," Miller warned, noticing my gaze. "The more you look, the more they notice you. We're ghosts to them and they're ghosts to us. Let's keep it that way." "They're beautiful," I said softly, watching a ribbon of violet light dance over a ridge like a localized aurora borealis. "In a terrible, cold way. They're so orderly." "Order is just another word for a cage," Miller countered. We drove through the night, the SUV's headlights flickering and eventually dying, forcing Miller to drive by the light of the moon. It didn't matter to me. I could see the road perfectly. To my eyes, the asphalt glowed with a faint thermal heat, and the trees were outlined in the silver blue of their own internal sap flow. I was navigating for us now, pointing out turns and obstacles before Miller could see them. Around 3:00 a.m., we reached the turnoff for the mining claim. It was little more than 2 ruts in the dirt, overgrown with yucca and prickly pear. The Suburban groaned as it tilted on the uneven ground, the suspension screaming in protest. We climbed for another 3 miles, ascending into the dense pine forests of the high peaks, until the road simply ended at the mouth of a collapsed tunnel. A small, sturdy cabin made of hand-hewn logs stood nearby, huddled against the granite face of the mountain. It looked like it hadn't been inhabited in decades, but the roof was intact and the windows were shuttered with heavy iron plates. "Home sweet home," Miller said, killing the engine. The silence that followed was absolute. No wind, no insects, no distant roar of the highway, just the cooling metal of the car ticking in the dark. We unloaded the gear in silence. Sarah moved with a mechanical efficiency, setting up her portable workstations on a dusty wooden table inside the cabin, while Miller began checking the perimeter. I sat on the porch steps, staring up at the stars. They looked different now. I could see the connections between them, the faint, hair-thin filaments of gravity and light that bound the galaxy together. I could see the noise of the distant ships, still hovering somewhere beyond the moon, their presence a dull throb in the back of my skull. They were quiet, but they were watching. They were recalibrating. Sarah came out and sat beside me. She had a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. "I ran a preliminary scan on the drive from the VLA hub," she said. "The last packet of data that came through before you grounded the surge. It wasn't a command, it was a question." I turned to look at her. "What kind of question?" "A linguistic one," she said. "The architects, they don't have a word for us. In their math, there's only signal and noise. We've always been noise to them, just a random, chaotic interference on a habitable planet. But when you hit them back with the Earth's own resonance, you changed the definition. You turned the noise into a signal." "So they know we're here," I said. "They know something is here," she corrected. "Something that can speak their language but refuses to follow the script. You've made us an anomaly, Elias, and in their world, anomalies are either studied or deleted. Which one are they going to try first?" She didn't answer. She just looked up at the sky, her eyes reflecting the same violet glow that was now pulsing softly in my own skin. Inside the cabin, a small, battery-powered shortwave radio began to hiss. Miller had been scanning the bands for hours, looking for anything other than the looped emergency broadcasts. "Guys," Miller called out, his voice sharp, "you need to hear this."